It's Friday. It's MARKPIRES.
I was walking
and it's real talk.
Today, looking for another way
to ease my mind
my living.
and help my living. It's real talk. It's the daily variety show, MARKPIRES Real Talk. I'm here to connect with you, to amplify your current state, and I'm here with you for part 2 of day 691 in a row of the MARKPIRES show. MARKPIRES Real Talk show, I guess. I don't even know what the heck it is anymore. I'm doing so many different shows. But we're here, so head to DLive, head to YouTube, subscribe and ding the bell. And guys, let's get into it. We're going to party like we do every single day here on Real Talk, 691 days in a row. And I'm not sure what we're going to do yet. No idea. But it's Friday night. Most likely there's going to be a couple of guitars coming out and a BeatSeat being played. Maybe some face swaps too. Look, not a competition. But if it was a competition, if they were calling it such a competition, my man Mark Klosik would be winning by a mile. They'd be like, oh, look, I won. I'm president-elect. And Klosik would be like, yeah, okay. I'm winning big league. I won by a mile. Good to see you. May is in the house from the top. I love it. Good to see you both, guys. We are going to connect. I'm going to head over to the YouTube page myself and just make sure I'm on. I can see you guys, and we can all have a party. Oh, I have to. It says it's asking me to sign in. I thought I was signed in. This is what I'm talking about, right? I'm trying to come on and put on a show, and then like, you gotta sign in. How dare you? Did you guys see the premiere of How Dare You? Part 3? We did How Dare You Part 3. And I don't know if you're familiar with How Dare You, but it goes a little something like this. Basically, this is the concept, okay? You're on the way to see your aunt. Why am I dropping crazy frames all of a sudden? Hold on, we're just gonna shut down something. Let's shut that down, see if that does anything. Wow, we were sitting perfect, no frame loss, and now we're losing every frame. That's weird. Hold on, I'm shut off everything. See if that helps us at all. There we go. I shut off. Sometimes what I do is I'll shut my phone off of the internet, and that for some reason allows me to stream clean. I'm not taking up any bandwidth when I do that. Cheryl and Niles. Look, guys, when you're out at the dial, you missed it. Cheryl, I was kind of thinking about you right in the middle when I was saying this. It's like, so hold on a second. Wait, hold on a minute. You're swimming in the Nile. You can't take a little pitch stop to the Bronx and pay respect? How dare you? Oh my goodness! I told you guys the Nile is really the Niles. It's named after Cheryl's family. It goes way back. It's written in Sanskrit, I believe. Found a document in the deep caves of Madagascar. We need this right now. Give me that woohoo, my friends. We're gonna take it to a whole new level, right? Now, that's what I'm talking about. We need the woohoo because the woohoo will take us to a different level. Guys, you come down. Friday night, part 2. Part 2. Some people from France. In France, this is part 2. Oh, I'm Christopher Walken. I say part 2. That's how I talk. You told me to write. You can't tell Christopher Walken where to throw the apostrophe. Don't tell me. I'll be in middle sentence and just go, where's the tennis ball? That's where the apostrophe's going. It's not a question mark. Guys, sometimes you think you know. You don't. I know. I went to school for it. They say, wow, Chris, you talk weird. I said, I'm going to go with it. I met my wife down corner, McDougal. Had a coffee talk all night. She says, wow, I'd like to have a career in casting. I said, I know a guy. Set on a path, did a movie called The Hunter. You may have seen, blew my brains out. Good film. I got an Academy Award. Look. Menacing bust around the house. Rick Smith in the house. I'm saying we're doing some silliness tonight. I don't even know what it is. We're going to try something tonight, okay? I don't know what it is yet, but we're going to try something. I was just thinking about trying to do everybody but Trump tonight and see if I could do it. If I can go the whole night without doing Trump. He's become like a massive part of the show. Now, when I play clips of Trump, that's a different thing because it's me in the past doing Trump. But let's see if I can go the night and do everybody but Trump. I don't think it's possible. I just enjoy doing too much, like pointing out the gold toilet. Mr. President, could I use the gold toilet? Do you mind after we have our little meeting here? Figure out how we're going to flip this election. Have to use the toilet. You mind if I use the gold toilet? I almost went there. No, you can't do it, Pensy. Pensy, you can't do it. It's no fun. I gotta do it. I like doing Donald Trump. What are you gonna do? How dare you? How dare you have a problem with my Donald Trump impression? Are you kidding me? What do you want me to do? Sleep sofa, Joe? Oh, look, my Aunt Judy told me. Look, she told me that I could come down and take a nap on camera. It's about time, because I'm president-elect. And what the people don't know or do know doesn't matter because it won't matter. We're still going to take it away from them. Look, Sleep Sofa Joe is like, look, they're going to take away your benefits. And remember, everything's fear-based. To remember, 200,000 more people are going to die by tomorrow. Look, the scientists told me we've only had 214,000 people die in 11 months, but we're going to have another 200 in a month and a half. Yeah, I'm just going to scare the country. That's what I do. My Aunt Judy told me. And guess what? That's racist. I learned something today. I watched a really great, I guess you would call him a political messenger on TikTok. This guy's name is Kingface. I don't know if you know who he is. He's all over the place. Very passionate. And he goes into the inner cities and he just kind of preaches about why he supports the president. And he was really compelling to hear what he said. I didn't think about this. He said the way that they go after the vote, the black vote specifically, is they'll say a bunch of bad things. Like they'll say, Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump did that, Trump did this. And then they'll finish it with, and it's racist. And he said the problem is when you go that way and you finalize it, and you're Michelle Obama, and you finalize it as, and that's racist, now everybody hears that it's racist, and automatically you're up in arms, and you take it to the level they want. And so they just automatically steal your vote. They're just like pretending that they're doing something for you, but they're just setting you up to steal the vote. It's a very brilliant point. Very, very brilliant. I was very interested to hear that, because I never thought about it that way, but it's very true how that happened. Rick said, you have to do Trump. You got to do Biden. It's part of, look, I broke the rule, Rick. I can't stop. Rick said, Mark, you can't stop the Trump, okay? Look, what? What, Melania? Sorry, hold on, guys. No, Melania, no. You don't put your cereal in the oven. That's how you almost burned the gold oven last time. You ever seen an oven melt? Yeah, Melania pulled it off. Yeah, that's why we have someone to actually cook for us now. Are you kidding me? Having a Slovenian in the kitchen cooking in the gold oven? I don't think so, no. No, but we did season the potatoes together. Yeah, that's a metaphor. I'm not really sure what it means, but... Anyway, look, my Aunt Judy told me that I should come by Donald Trump's house and see if I could talk to him. I'm going to tell him to look the other way on Ukraine. Look the other way on my crackhead son Hunter. Look, I don't know where he is anyway. I don't even know myself. I haven't seen him. They may have wiped him out. Not really sure. It doesn't matter. I'm the president-elect. Yeah, I got 15 million votes, but I got 98 million votes. What? I said, yeah, I got 15 million votes. I mean, 90 million votes. Sleepy, I want to point something out to you. Nobody thought I would wipe the floor with Hillary. Nobody. They're like, oh, it's going to be 95 to 5% that Hillary is going to put Trump in her body count. And they're like, okay, look, let's all put our body on Hillary Clinton. She's just destroyed many lives. And it's okay. So Trump destroys her in the square, sends each body part to a different part of the planet, buried, effigy,
all of the good stuff. And bottom line, now 4 years later, they're like, look, we got to get this guy out of office. How do we do it? Well, we have this thing called the Fluhan. If we drop the Fluhan on the United States of America, and then we blame it on Trumper, then we'll win big league against Trump. And then here's the problem. You can't stop a friggin' virus. What the hell? Who are you? I mean, I'm Super Trump, but besides that, everybody else is human. I was born on a different planet. You can't hold it against me. My father, Jarrell, he just basically said, look, Cal, we're going to change your name to Donald, your last name Trump, and we're going to drop you off on this little green and blue planet all the way over there. Look, use your big eye, the one that positivity thing gives you. You see, that one? Yep. Telescope it. Come on, son. You got it. So I did. I telescoped, and I saw this little field. And it was in the middle of, like, Nebraska or some friggin' place, I don't know. And I saw this old man and a lady, and they were milking a friggin' cow. I said, Papa, why don't you send me there? I could be their child. It's like a second old. They literally had me, and they were like, look, our planet's about to explode. Cal, you have to go. Here's a green and blue planet. So up there, about the planet Earth. And I took a nap, like a sleeps over Joe. And all of a sudden, I hear, little boy. And I'm like, where the frig is bothering me? I'm going to freaking elbow someone in the face. And I look up and I see this old man, the one I saw from my telescope eye, and I see with the lady, and she's like, oh, Sam, talk to him, see if he wants to come out and have some porridge. And I look at him, I'm like, who the hell are you? Oh, that's right, you're the old man and the lady. And he goes, little boy, come here, little boy. I said, look, get the frig out of the way. I slid the truck out of the way that I was lying underneath for the Dapperoo. I slid it out of the way. I said, look, my name's Trumper. Super Trump, whatever you want to call me. I'm winning big league. I come from Krypton. My father's name is Kal-El. And I'm sorry, I'm Kal-El. He's friggin' Jarrell. It's been a long trip, okay? Do you have that porridge you were talking about? Look, my Aunt Judy told me I'm up against a super guy. This guy's almost like Iron Man. I don't know how to handle it. I think what I'm going to do is nap. That's a great idea. I won't campaign at all. I'm just going to hang out in my basement. I'll stay there all year, yeah. And you know what? I'll come out about maybe 5 or 6 times. And 4 out of the 6 times I'll say something racist. And you know what? They'll start a race war because of it. And they'll blame it on him. Yeah, that's it, see? Yeah. Oh, look, I got it all, Joe. No, what? Yeah, no, Joe, that's right. Look. We're going to do it. We're going to win. We're going to take this thing away. Joe, you fell asleep while you were planning out, masterminding, stealing the election from Trumper. Look, I need you to understand, okay? I have super hearing. I have the understanding of humans being like minuscule and they die from coronavirus. I freaking destroy it 4 days on the rally. Did you see me? I was in 4 different cities every day. And I just had corona. I was like, get the hell out of here, coronavirus. Are you kidding me? I'm Donald Julius Trump. Yeah, John was a BS name my father joked about. It's Julius. Like Julius Erving. I used to do the under the rim thing. Yeah, that's right. I was greatest basketball player. When I went to school in Pennsylvania. Yeah, no, I was point guard. Yeah, no, sometimes they called me Pistol Pete Trumperoo. I go out there. And I just kind of run them around. You know, they even called me Allen Iverson before Allen Iverson was even born. They're like, you're like this guy one day who will be really good and do crossovers named Allen Iverson. They called me Allen Iverson Trumper. They were futurists. They could see into the future. That there was a guy named Allen Iverson doing crossovers. Where'd he go? He went that way. Wages, my brothers in the house. Good to see you guys. Hey, listen, my family, my friends, I'm sorry I just went into some crazy, silly thing, but that's what we do on this show. This is an unscripted show, 691 days in a row, and I'm just going to continue to rhyme, you know? That's what we do every single day. Look, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. I'm in the friggin' Bronx, right? I'm sitting there at my table. It's my table. You know this. I'm drinking my espresso, having my biscotti. Hold on a second. You tell me you're in Nebraska right now and you just can't pop over on a quick flight and pay your respects? Hold on. Wait a second. You're a spelunker. You're in the middle of a mission spelunking. The only way you could come back is if you friggin' take a rope and then you come to the Bronx. You can't take a friggin' rope and come to the Bronx and pay your respect? Hold on a second. Let me get this straight. You're from friggin' Paris, France. You're there, you're having a friggin' croissant right now, right? And you're having one of those French presses, and you're sitting there. The only way you could get here is if you take a red eye, put down your friggin' croissant, and put down the press, and you come and say hello, pay your respect. You can't put down that press and that croissant, get on the red eye, and come on, pay your respect. How dare you! How dare you! Are you kidding me? Hold on a second. You're on your way out of the solar system. You're going to a different galaxy. The only way back is if you time travel to skip about 14 months to get back to today. You can't time travel and come back and pay your respect? How dare you? How dare you? Hold on a minute. So right now, you're hop skipping and jumping. You're on a friggin' different atmosphere completely. Maybe even a different time. Maybe this is 60 million years in the future. The only way back is through a friggin' wormhole that brings you back thousands of years. You can't figure out where that wormhole is? You can't open said wormhole and come back and pay respect? How dare you!
Oh my goodness, guys. How many different voices can I do? As many as you ask. Anything you ask, I could try. Sometimes I'm able to do them. Hadley one day said, hey, can you do Justin Trudeau? I said, I don't know. I don't know who Justin Trudeau is. And I opened him up. I just pulled up one clip. And I'm like, wow. After about 15 seconds, I said, this dude sounds like someone. I'm trying to figure out, who does he sound like? After like another 10 or 15 seconds, I'm like, wait a second. Is that Justin Trudeau? Or is that freaking Liam Neeson? I can't believe it, my fellow Canadians. I was like, whoa, Liam Neeson showed up? We have to get a handle on the COVID. And my neighbors to the south are dealing with it, and we don't want it to expel into our region. We need to find this and my daughter. I have a specific set of skills. Jim Carrey. Okay, here we go. Jim Carrey. Excuse me. Your balls are showing. Let me see. What does Jim Carrey do? Oh, I think he talks like this a lot. Oh my goodness. Fantastic. He used to do, my favorite one is he used to do, Fire Marshal Bill. So you go to the party and you've got to put out a fire. You can't find the fire marshal. I'll bring in a couple of cases of beer for you. I don't know. Now I'm being stupid, but there's a little Jim Carrey. Someone asked me to do Woody Allen the other day, and I don't know. Wage, use the one, just my actual number. That's the best way. Hold on, I'm going to throw this into the system here. Let's see, I missed a few others here. Woody Allen. Oh, I have to listen. I have to watch Woody. I think he talks like this a lot. I'm going to get very animated. I can't. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch him because I haven't really seen a Woody Allen movie in like 30 years. I don't really like him, to be honest. Fire Marshal Bill is pretty good, yeah. No. Kermit the Frog. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? I do doodly. Aloy, my brother, how are you? Aloy, they're testing me with what impressions can I do? Cable Guy. Cable Guy, I think, is any Jim Carrey is kind of the same, you know? Oh, that's right. He had like a little bit of a lisp, didn't he? I'll have to watch that when I do it for you guys. Guys, if you haven't, head over to DLive, subscribe, and dingy the bell over there too, please. And we're going to continue to drive this thing home. Let me see what we got here. I just want to see, I missed a few things. Welcoming everybody to the show. It is Friday evening. We're going to play a song. I was going to play you the clip of Trudeau and Trump. You know what? I'm trying to find my pick. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Let me play you one clip while I am getting myself together to play you a song, okay? This is Justin Trudeau calling Donald Trump, or shall we say, Super Trump. I like to say Super Trump. He's out of his friggin' mind. Here we go.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio. We head to a phone call between Justin Trudeau and Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Trudeau. My fellow Canadians, we are at a crucial point in a time with COVID-19. I will be taking a phone call with our neighbor to the south, Donald Trump, who believes that he can help us in our battle. And unfortunately, he has contracted COVID-19. So our hearts are out to him and all of those living in the United States. We, as Canadians, are completely in unison with our support to our neighbors from the South. So let's see what that phone call is about. Justin, it's Donald J. Trump. How are you? Mr. President, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. I hear you had a spike up in Canada, and we're very much concerned about you. Well, thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate your concerns towards us, your neighbors to the north. How are you doing with the coronavirus? Oh, no, I'm doing fine. Coronavirus. Nobody in America realizes that I'm the son of Jor-El. Wait, you mean Superman's son? That's right. My father came here from Krypton. Mr. President, they're saying certain things about you, and I'm a little concerned hearing your descriptive nature on this phone call. Gave birth to me, then I came, and I was living in a field for like 4 days until my uncle and my aunt came and found me. Mr. President, that's the actual script to Superman. I was asleep underneath like an old milk truck or something. And when they found me, they were like, oh, look, there's a baby underneath the milk truck. You know, go and get him under the milk truck. And I said, no, I'm okay. I spoke perfect English at like age 0. Put my finger on the truck, pushed it aside, and got up. I said, look, my name is Trump. You could call me Super Trump if you want, but really, my name is Kal-El. Donald, I think you may need some help. Look, you have to understand that I was made on a different planet. So I'm able to take on coronavirus without any sort of backlash, really. I'm pretty sure you were born here, right, Justin, in Canada? Yes. Yeah, that's not going to do you any good. Look, Justin, I just wanted you to know that we've got your back. All you gotta do is reach out, let the Trumper know, and I'll send you any supplies you need. You need any ventilators? You need any PPE? I'll check with the health ministry to see if we need anything. Look, just don't ask Andrew Cuomo for anything, because he's going to, kill people in a nursing home. And look, I'm going to see. Let's get him on the line real quick. Hey, Cuomo, how do you think we should handle Canada? Hey, Donald, how you doing? I got your question sent over to me by my assistant. I would probably consider sending some of those people to the nursing homes. I mean, look, it didn't work for us, okay? But if they put them out there, there's like a 50-50 chance that maybe they'll get some right, Like some of them will die. Corbover, we're not going to do that. See, I told you, Justin, it's just a waste of time. Look, this has been really a great conversation, Justin. But I do have to get going. I'm going to see Melania on Saturday Night Live. We're going to watch The Real Talk Show. The Real Talk Show? I'm not really sure if you watch The Real Talk Show, but you should tune in. I'll have to check out what that's about. Yeah, stop by. Melania and I will be in the chat all night. Anyway, appreciate you, Justin. Mr. President, stay well and stay safe. You too, Justin. Have a great night.
We have a special call. I'm trying to see if this is working. Are you there?
Yes, Mark, I'm there, buddy.
Who is this?
Well, you've had my name in your mouth for some time now, sir. You should know who this is.
Is this Aunt Judy?
Yes, it is.
Oh, my goodness, Aunt Judy. I've been trying to get you on the line for weeks.
Well, guess what? I'm here, and I'm sorry for the little bit of a low voice. I have a slight thyroid problem, and, it causes me to have voices like this and lots of facial hair.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Aunt Judy, I was trying to reach you before the election, really. But now we're kind of not conceding anyway. But what I wanted to ask you is if you had any dirt on your sleepy, stupid nephew, Sleeps Over Joe, that you'd be willing to share with me at all.
I've got lots of dirt on him, sir. But I just have to tell you, sir, you are deliciously orange, sir. I love you.
Well, thank you so much. I do spend a fair amount of time with my gold, which gives me this color. The bronze is just, but really it's gold. People don't know. They don't know.
Yes, I kind of see that, but I watch you, and sometimes I just have to, I just bite my hand.
Aunt Judy, I absolutely am thrilled to have you on the line. My first time I was made aware of your presence was a really great clip of your nephew where he's talking about little boys and girls rubbing their hands up his legs. And actually, I think he may be on the line.
That started with me. He
Really?
tried to do that to me when he was growing up. And, man, I tell you what, because of the thyroid problem, I had lots of hair on my legs. And that's where it started. He would rub my legs.
This makes perfect
sense. And that's why, that's where all that stuff started coming from.
This makes perfect sense, Aunt Judy. It makes perfect sense. Look, Aunt Judy, he stole the election from me. You know that, right?
Well, you think he stole it from you, but that's all a big plan.
Well, I know.
You think we talk about the Bilderbergs, but what they forget is the Bilder Bidens. We're running the show, sir.
The Bilder Bidens. That is brilliant. Why didn't I think of that, Aunt Judy?
I don't know why you didn't, sir.
Well, baby.
But you are winning kind of big league most of the time.
I am.
And when you say big league, it just gets me all kinds of red and turned on, I just have to say.
Really? Well, Melania.
Oh, yes.
Melania.
So I think we can work out a deal, kind of like, like the Ukraine deal going on.
Yes.
All that Russia collusion stuff.
Absolutely.
Why do you think that all kind of went away? That was me doing that for you.
Really? Melania. Aunt Judy, she's not answering. I think she maybe she's doing her hair or something, or friggin' running around the yard with Baron. I don't know. But anyway, tell me more. Tell me about this thyroid. I'm very curious about the thyroid.
Well, my thyroid's been all jacked up since I was a child. I've had to take hormones all my life, and because of the hormones is why I talk like I do. And, it kind of spread on off to my offspring like Joey. So when you look at him, he looks like he was around when water was new. Well, I don't look like that. Well, he could pass off like Skeletor when he's up there trying to talk.
It's interesting you say that. He really is a piece of crap, really. But look, That's just the way I call it the way I see it, Aunt Judy. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't take offense to that. I really don't, because I think the same way. We've been trying to reel him in for years. When he gets into the Oval Office, he's going to be at the top of the stairs, and old Kamala's going to do an old leg sweep on him one of these days, and he ain't going to be around no longer.
I've been saying, Aunt Judy, that's going to happen and that they're going to blame you. Because Aunt Judy pushed me.
Yes, I know this, sir. That's why I'm bringing it up. That is why you need to quit doing that.
Well,
I
Aunt
ain't
Judy,
got nothing but all kinds of good feelings for you, Mr. President.
but listen, Aunt Judy, you have to understand that there's a part of me the world doesn't know about. Because I'm Super Trump, I'm also Trumpsterdamus. And I can see the future. And I just know what's going to happen if the sleepy poopy pants gets in the Oval, takes a nap, and they push his rollable chair to the stairs and slide him down and say, "So long, sleepy poo." And he bangs his little poopy head on the bottom of the stairs, turns and says, "Who pushed me, Aunt Judy?" And you're going to say, I'm not even there. How are you blaming Aunt Judy, right? Wouldn't you say that?
Exactly, sir. I just, we've been trying to reel him in for years, and I still cannot get, if you look at his eyes when he's doing his little interviews and things, he ain't got no teleprompter. He's got them little contacts in there telling him what to say. And if you look, he will blink sideways.
Blink sideways, and he looks at the ceiling when he talks, which is basically where you look when you have a teleprompter, which tells me, yeah, he's wearing those smart lenses, I believe they're called. And, Melania has a pair, but she looks at porn, I think. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Look, bottom line, Aunt Judy, what's the story about the extra facial hair, extra body hair? Like, what are we talking here? Like, maybe a gorilla,
Well, I can tell you this right now. Sometimes I get mistaken for a Jewish priest.
Interesting.
And I get like a big, long beard, man. I'm telling you. And I put the beanie on, and I like walk around Israel.
Interesting.
And nobody notices me.
Really?
I just blend right in.
You could probably stand with a couple of aardvarks and maybe lay on the ground. They think you were the papa.
Yes.
Aunt Judy, that's very terrifying, to be honest. I have a guy, actually it's Melania's guy, who can peel all of the hair off your body. It will feel like basically knives are being stabbed into you. But it's worth it if you really look like a gorilla in the midst.
Well, I've tried certain things before, but I'm starting to like the look of pubic hair on my face.
Interesting.
And it feels kind of good sometimes. It keeps me warm in the winter. The no shave November type of thing. It is November,
Interesting. I'm curious if you are dating or married to a hairless man. That would be interesting if you have the hair and the man doesn't
kind of
have
like a
the
Siamese
hair.
cat. Yes, I know what you're going there. I know where you're going with that. Get your mind out the gutter, sir. Get your mind out the gutter.
I'm going
you're
more
talking
like
about a hairless cat now.
Yeah, like a Mr. Bigglesworth. I was wondering if you're dating Mr. Bigglesworth, really.
Oh God, I don't know if I can keep going with that.
Guys, how freaking awesome! Hold on a second. Wait a second. There's a call coming in. Wait a second. This is now. There's a proxy here. This is the MARKPIRES Real Talk Show. I've taken over. Donald Trump just disappeared. I don't know where the hell he went. But this is Aunt Judy on the line, and she's going to... I don't know if you guys really know who Aunt Judy really is. You're about to find out. Hold on a second. I think her nephew's coming in. Aunt Judy.
Hey, Joey. How you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm good, Aunt Judy. Look, I'm really sorry about everything.
You're trying to represent, but you're just trying to represent too much. You need to back off just a little bit. Remember what I used to tell you. Life is like a box of chocolates. It eventually looked like your Depends.
Look, I know you told me that, Aunt Judy, and I'm a little nervous. I know Hunter's making us look bad, and I know everybody thinks I'm the big guy, but it may come out that you're the big guy, and I don't know. I'm not really sure how to handle that.
Well, my suggestion to you in the short term, sir, is to go ahead and just fill them Depends in case your little running mate there tries to push you down some stairs. you might have a little extra cushion. You might make it through that event.
Well, Aunt Judy, you already gave me that great tip to wear 2 set of diapers. I got the XL over the large, so I'm double diapering it already. I'm good that way. Just a little nervous.
Yeah.
A little
It's just,
nervous.
You really need to work on the smell because you're going to have to try to hide that somehow.
Yes.
And us as builder Bidens, we cannot be out there representing what we're trying to represent if you're out there smelling like poo-poo.
Well, that's why I told Hunter. I said, look, this whole pile of cards could come falling down. If everybody knows Aunt Judy's the one in charge, we're going to be in big trouble. So I've been doing my best to try to shade you, Aunt Judy. Look, I don't want them to know you're the ringleader. You're the mastermind of this whole thing.
Well, try to, kind of keep a low profile. But lately, Mr. Deliciously Orange is kind of dragging me out in the public.
Look, don't
and I
tell
can't
me.
help but go out and go after him because, man, just look at him. He's living in Florida now, That is his residence. So that does make sense with his orange tan and the state that does orange juice.
Aunt
See where I'm
Judy.
going with this?
Aunt Judy, do you hear yourself? He's the one trying to bring down the Bidenbergs. We can't let it happen.
I get it.
We can't
I
let
get
it
it.
happen. We have to stop him in his tracks. I'm going to send the
Keep
Ukraine
your
dogs on
enemies
him.
closer than your friends. Haven't you?
I understand that, but he thinks I'm a sleep sofa. He believes that I actually don't have a mind anymore. He doesn't know that we're working some multi-billion-dollar family scheme that you're the head of.
Well, we just got to have to drop in as best as we can. We're starting to bring Kamala in, and she's going to be the quote-unquote, Biden family. How come we brought the Obamas in, too, as all that stuff was going on back then 4 years ago.
Look,
Now we're bringing in other families, so we fool the whole world.
and I want to share that our plan is on the way to working, Aunt Judy. Our body double of me will be ready to be pushed down the stairs so we can make our great escape to Belgium with all of our money. And then they'll think that Sleep Sofa Joe died. Kamala Chameleon becomes the president, and we're off to Belgium where we're going to have chocolate. Chocolate all day, Aunt Judy. I'm going to feed you melting chocolate in Belgium, Aunt Judy.
Well, you need to back that train up just a little bit because when you say chocolate, I automatically think of something that's falling out of your Depends. So
Fair enough.
this is not have you say chocolate no more, and maybe we can work with that.
That's quite an interesting parallel. Maybe I was thinking about chocolate because I'm always cleaning my diaper. I didn't think about that.
Well, not only did you pee the bed when you was a kid, you did a lot more in that bed than what we even want to talk about, sir. And I'm telling you, that's where it started. It didn't start with Depends. It started with Pampers.
I heard that story once, Aunt Judy. My father told me I did a number 7 in the bed.
Yeah, number 7. You know what a number 7 is, right?
I think it's when you almost die.
It involves, Mountain Dew induced coma.
Yep.
You drink so much, so you pee so bad, and then you add in the number 2 with the 3, 4, and 5, which would be peanuts, corn, and parsley.
That's
And then you
right.
can keep on going on up with that if you want.
Aunt
We
Judy,
can go up to number 20. You was up to a 22 one time, sir.
please don't
We
talk
had
about
to
parsley.
bring in a hazmat team just to get the bed cleaned off.
Aunt Judy, please don't talk about parsley. That's that one ingredient that makes me remember that day. Number 7 all over. I can't do it, Aunt Judy. Number 7? That's everything coming out of all the orifice at the same time. It was even the sweating things. That's part of the 7. Aunt Judy,
Fool, sir.
did we lose you? So look,
Who's me?
Aunt Judy, I got your 10% all lined up. It's ready to be picked up, big guy. All right?
Okay, I'll be there when you need it.
Just
Better
remember,
bring it on back. You're gonna have to kiss my ring when you see me, sir.
I'll kiss whatever you want, Aunt Judy, as long as it has nothing, so long as it's above the waist. Okay, look, bottom line, don't you say anything you can't take back with Donald Julius Trump, okay? Because he's going to take us down. He's trying to take down the Biden Bilderbergers, and we're going to take him down first with threats and with deception. You ever heard of the Decepticons, Aunt Judy?
Yes, but I'm more of an Autobot type of woman.
All right. Well, I'm going to be the friggin' Cobra Kai. And you could be, I don't know, King Cobra? I'm not sure. I'm just throwing out things that have the name Cobra.
Well, you know, I'm more like a Bigfoot with my hair problem, but that's okay. We can go with that.
We can scare anybody with your look, Aunt Judy. You're right. We'll bring you out when we need to. But look it for now. Just make sure you keep that 10% hidden. So we're ready to go to Belgium. No more talk of chocolate. We're just going to get there and we'll figure out the rest. Maybe we'll get into the hang gliding business or hot air balloon business. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
The Joe...
that would be a good thing. You could drop bombs right out your depends on that hang glider.
That is a great idea.
You could take over the drone industry. I'm telling you, man, that's the thing we need to do. We got to start pushing that on the stock market. We got to. Builder Biden's all 100 right there.
I'll tell you what, Aunt Judy, we can go right over Putin's head and drop a couple of them bombs. I'll say, hey, Putin, how about this? Here's a double diaper for you. This is a Bidenburger double bite diaper for you. How about that? And drop it on top of him. We'll have that. Hey, look. Hey, Putin. Hey, Putin. I'm Putin in the work. Check this out. Dropping a pooper on top of his head. Aunt Judy, I appreciate you. You always give me great advice. The peanut butter and jelly story, the double diaper. And then look, you've been the ringleader here for years. The Bidens would be nowhere without you.
You're exactly right, sir, and don't you ever forget it. And the next time you try to rub my leg, you're going to have to follow through with that, sir. I know we're related, but my gosh, you can't do that to an old lady like that.
Aunt Judy, I just want to show my respect for all of the money you've put in this pocket. By pocket, I mean my empty head. And by empty head, I mean the poop I just took and dumped into that toilet over there.
I got you, sir. Now, you know, listen, I'm going to have to pull one of you right now. I got to go take me a nap.
Aunt
And
Judy,
I'm going to go over here to the Joey futon and try to lay down, seeing how you got the sleep sofa thing all wrapped up over on your side. I'll take the futon for tonight.
Aunt
Give me a
Judy,
call in the morning.
can I just say one more thing?
One more thing, baby.
The thing that rings out most from this entire conversation is when you said, I gotta take a nap. I'm in. I'm doing the same thing.
Exactly, sir.
I'm halfway
Vanessa,
there.
for everybody. Pass it around.
Aunt Judy, we love you over here. Aunt Judy. Guys, how freaking awesome is Mark Wages? Oh my goodness, that was so much fun. Oh, out of your mind, buddy. That was so much fun. Aunt Judy called. How about a call from Aunt Judy? Oh, hey, Aunt Judy, how you doing? What do you got on your stupid nephew? Oh, that he's a Dumbo? Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, thanks for that info. We're going to steal his fake election and just prove that ours was legitimate. That I got 160 million votes and he got 5 million. Yeah, that's right. It sounds about right. They flipped them all. They're like, look, Trump will get like 40, maybe 45. And then all of a sudden, he gets friggin' 80 million votes. They're like, we gotta do the algorithm over. We need more votes. Let's put more votes in. Let me get those and give them to Biden. Oh, let's get a sleep sofa and put it over there. We can take a nap when we need to while we're putting votes in the machine. And then we're putting more in, and we're putting more in. Did anybody ever see this friggin' thing? I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Wait, hold on a second. Who's playing with an Etch-a-Sketch? Oh, look, someone has an Etch-a-Sketch over here. Look, the guy on the left, he really was doing great with his Etch-a-Sketch, and then all of a sudden he was like, nah, I'm gonna go straight. And then the one on the right too, he's like, look, I'm loving making this squiggly line, but at about 6:10 in the morning, let's just go straight up in the air for about 200,000 votes. Oh my goodness, that's the first time I thought about that, but ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? So, Wages, that was so freaking fun, buddy. We gotta obviously do more stuff like that when we get into whatever we're going to put together. We're working on something crazy. We're going to do a secondary show where the two of us just kind of do stuff like that and maybe have people on and just talk about cool stories. You know what I also wanted to do? It's funny. I wanted to have an additional show that I've been thinking about for a long time, which is, you know that show? I love this show. It's called Ridiculousness. You guys know that show? I want to do my own Ridiculousness show because, like, whenever I'm watching those shows, I think they're funny, but there's so many things I would say differently or as an impression. And I think doing impressions
while watching people smack their faces on cars and all kinds of stupid stuff. So like if you guys see a funny clip where someone is buffooning themselves or like falling or doing some sort of like parkour and they smack their face against it's something dumb where everybody laughs at it. It's one of those things. It's vicious to look at or stupid, but it's funny. Someone's like, yeah, man, and gets like run over by something. You know what I mean? Like send it over to me and we'll start doing that on the show. This is a variety program. So why can't we have a half hour of just crazy videos on a daily basis where we're looking through stupid stuff and laughing together about that too? Again, this is an evolution process. Everywhere I go, every single day we come out here, something new is going to happen. I just don't know where we're going to go with it, but I'm willing to give it a shot and see how bad it is as we go. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to play you a tune. Let's get this BeatSeat out here so you can check it out. BeatSeat. Oh, hold on a second. I had shut this off earlier. The other... There we go. So, I'm not sure if Wolfie's here yet. But Wolfie's been... Guys, I want to say hi to every single person here that I haven't had a chance to say hello to. I love you all. I'm so glad you're here. We are about to get down. We're going to play some music. And then we're going to rock and laugh. And we're going to do some impressions. And I'm very excited. Sharon, how are you? Monica, how are you? So we're going to play a little tune here that I wrote for us. This is the Real Talk family. What you're going to get here every single day is the moment. To me, the moment is truth. Whatever happens now is sacred. Everything else is in a book where it hasn't existed. But this second does. So we live in it. We thrive in it. And if you join me every single day, I'm going to take you to this exact second and remind you that we have importance and we have so much to do with this time. And if we can come here first and build up a ton of positivity together, shielded from all the darkness right here, then we can literally affect real change in this world. And the more that join us, the more that are going to see the light. And once you see the light, you don't want to look back. Stand on the ground, dancing around, so smooth is the sound when you're around me. It's the way that I feel when I look in your eyes, the way I know everything's gonna be alright. I adore you. I adore you. I adore you. I adore you. And I know that I've been loving you. I feel like my heart runs away, and I will not be afraid. I know my part, and I will not be alone, 'cause I adore you. I adore you.
Stand on the moon. I'll see you soon. Don't be afraid. My arms are laid down by your side. It's the way that I feel when I look in your eyes. The way I know everything's gonna be alright. I adore you. I adore you. I adore you. And I know that I've been loving you. I feel like my heart runs away. I will not be afraid. I know my heart, and I will not be alone. 'Cause I adore you. I adore you. I adore you.
So I just changed these strings out because I broke my tuner. I had to put a new tuner on. Had to change the strings. Didn't have a single string. Wish I did, because I don't like these strings. Sorry. I went from playing jazz strings that have that thick jazz tone. That doesn't have a jazz tone to it. Sounds like a regular electric. I have to mimic it like. Fix the mechanics of this thing. Like, you hear that? That shouldn't be doing that. I don't know. It's the wire, I think. Chill it out there, dude. So, guys, this is a cool song that... You guys all know this song. It was written by... Actually, I don't know who wrote this, but you all know it. Everybody knows this song. Now, what's interesting is I was doing the 80s one day. If you look back far enough, for about a week straight I went 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, I went 2000s, and I just went decade by decade playing requests. And I don't know any of these songs, so I just go and try to play stuff. And so this is one of the songs that I found and I fell in love with playing, and it's called All of Me.
All of me, why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my arms, I'll never use them. Take my lips, I'll never use them. Your goodbyes, they left me with eyes that cry. How can I go on without you? You took the part that once was my heart. So why not take all of me? All of me, why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my arms, I'll never use them. Take my lips, I'll never use them. But the way I say your goodbyes, they left me with eyes and cry. How could I go on without you? You took the part that once was my heart. I said, why not take all of me? Oh, I said, why not take all of me? One more time. I said, why not take all? Hyperventilating is right. Klaus! What is going on, my family and friends? We are rocking out here on the Real Talk program, day 691 in a row. 691 in a row, people. Look, a couple of things I want to point out while we're here. That friggin' I can't believe I left it upstairs. Because I needed to use it today, I brought my nanofogger with me. Guys, we have a second wave. Second wave here in Connecticut. So I gotta make sure I have my nanofogger with me every friggin' where I go. I'm walking around like Christopher Walken spraying people. Like, wow, you can't come near me unless I can spray you with my nanofogger. I don't like it.
Guys, nanofogger, check it out below. You get a discount when you type in the discount code REALTALK, and it's a great product. I've been using the heck out of it. Lots of other products there on the site you could check out, and I believe you get a discount on any of them when you type in the code REALTALK. Also, Noble Gold. I believe it should be below. Tell me if you see it. We now have an affiliation with Noble Gold with My Patriot Supply. Guys, when you need to buy your stuff from My Patriot Supply, just use my link and you help the program out. How cool is that? Never had any people, any affiliates or anything with the program. So this is a really cool thing for me. I really appreciate the help from everybody. You know who you are, that you've been helping me. And you guys have all been helping. Every single person here, when you spread the word and tell another soul, we get to connect with new people, because it will never happen if I just keep showing up every day. I've been for 691. You only found out about this because Sig and Wages and Scott from Planet X. And without those three amazing people, nobody would be watching the show. But realistically, it's because Wages just keeps opening up his platform to you guys and telling you to come by, and then we connect. And look, like I said, we need to connect, guys. If what they say is coming around the corner is really coming around the corner, then we should be getting together here every day and playing some great music together, laughing over some face swaps, getting into strong moments, and living in this second. Forget about the rest, because we don't know if we get it. We don't know what we're getting, but we have this second. We have this moment together. So let's live there. Let's live there. Let's be there.
Love me 2 times, baby. Love me twice today. Love me 2 times, girl. I'm blown away. Love me 2 times, girl. 1 for tomorrow, 1 just for today. Love me 2 times, and I'm blown away. Love me 1 time, I could not speak. Love me 2 times, my knees gone weak. Love me 2 times, girl. Last me all through the week. Love me 2 times, and I'm blown away. Love me 2 times, and I'm blown away. Oh, love me 2 times, and I'm blown away.
We got a little ringing action there on that other guitar behind me. I like it. That's how we play The Doors.
Natural mistake blowing in the air. If you listen carefully, know you will hear. This could be the first trumpet. This might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. Things are not the way they used to be. There's a natural mistake blowing through the air. This could be the first trumpet. It might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, yeah, and many more will have to die. Well, don't ask me why. Things are not the way they used to be. Natural mystic blowing through the air. Through the air.
Really?
It's a natural mistake blowing through the air. If you listen carefully, now you'll hear natural mistake blowing through the air. This could be the first trumpet. Might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer. Many more will have to die. Well, don't ask me why. Ask me why. Ask me why. Things are not the way they used to be. natural mystic in the air, in the air, is in the air. If you listen carefully, now you will hear, I know now the natural mystic is in the air. Nice, guys. You come down 11:50, been live 1 hour 11 minutes, 1 hour 12. Just now switched to 1 hour 12, guys. But we're here together.
It's him.
Wow. I want to see if we can play you something here. Let's get a laugh. Bean, how are you? Let me first of all run through the list and say hello to my family and friends over here. Body and Soul, Leela, how are you? Bean, thank you so much. MJ. Giggles in the house, and Cat Clouds in the house, and Frank in the house, JVF, Kevin, my buddy. Kevin asked me to do anything by Leonard Cohen. Well, every time I play this, I get my butt handed to me by the copyright companies, but I will play you Hallelujah. That's what I know. You want me to play Hallelujah for you? Kevin, my brother? Let's play Hallelujah for our brother Kevin. I think I spelled it wrong. Let me just put Jeff Buckley in, because it's really his version that I play. Here we go. If you like this, share it. I have some people sometimes they'll ask me, say, do you mind if I share a clip, or do you mind if I share? Please share everything, because YouTube is suppressing the show. So without you sharing the show, nobody will ever find the show. So please share to your heart's content. If you love anything, share to your heart's content. Do not slow down, because the more we share, the more we get people here who will begin to care about this world. Everything's a freaking rhyme now with me. Holy cow. Sharon writes no copyright in this chat room. Wolfie, did you see I got the guitar ready for you, my friend? Oh, Monica, okay, let me show you my version, okay? Here we go. You can play this for your son later. It's very similar to the original, but it's just, I think, a little bit more, I would say. I just don't know how to take it down a level. Sorry. Deal with it. Just deal with it. Come on, dude. I gotta tighten up that wheel on the bottom foot. Check this out. Here we go. There was a secret chord David played, please the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? But it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fourth, the major lift, from king, composer, hallelujah.
think you needed proof. Saw her bathing on the roof, the beauty in the moonlight overthrew you. She tried you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throat and she cut your hair, and from her lips she drew you. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room, I've walked this floor. I used to be alone before I knew you. And I've seen your flag on the Argyle Arch. And love is not a victory march, it's a cold and it's a broken heart. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. There's the time you let me know was really going on below, but now you'll never show that to me to you. But remember when I moved in on you, and the holy dove was moving too, and from your lips you drew the hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Maybe there's a God, Paul. But all I've ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody without you. Yeah. It's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not somebody who sees the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 How was that? Any good? Oh, thank you, Fishermans. I really appreciate it. Sig, thank you, buddy. Kevin, how was that? I'm glad you liked it, buddy. It's a great tune, isn't it? A lot of stuff there. That'll get kicked down when we go finish up the show. You know what's crazy is yesterday I told you guys I'm going to play episode 34 of the Trump Show and it's going to get me blocked. They blocked the freaking show. You can't still pick. I don't think you can watch it right now still. I asked to have it clipped out, just get rid of the freaking clip, and so it will play again, but it's still not live, I don't think. Thank you, Wolfie. I got to play something for Wolfie. This is Wolfie's request a little while back, and I'm so glad he asked because I never heard of this song before. I mean, I heard it when I was a kid, young. I heard like traces. I've heard a couple people cover it, and when Wolfie asked me to play Into the Mystic, I was like, oh, I'll give anything a shot. Like I owe Hilly a call. I've got to play a song for Hilly. He keeps asking me to play. Hilly, just remind me what it's called again. Treetop something. Treetop, hilltop, treetop. Anybody know what I'm talking about? See if Hilly, are you here, buddy? Tell me what that song is, bud. Someone send me an email with it or text me. Wages or Sig, can you text me with the name of that song when treetop something? Circle, treetop circle? I don't know, I'm making something up now. We make up songs here every day too, so whatevs. Here's for Wolfie. I gotta tune this puppy so quickly because alright, we're good now.
like it's not full.
We're born.
Really, Mark? So here's the problem with a musician that is a little bit too particular about the tuning of a guitar. Do you hear this final note? It's called the E, open E. Listen to it in the D. Do you hear what I hear? That is sharp. That's better. It's all I could hear, and then I can't even sing in a key when I hear something out of the key, in the key. You know what I mean? I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. But that just seems wrong. Now we're way off. There we go.
We're born for the wind.
That is the problem. There's supposed to be a capo on this. 3rd fret, Wolfie. I'm like, geez, that seems a lot lower than I usually sing it. Because you're singing it without a capo, Dumbo.
Yeah, good job, stupid face.
Ooh. You ready?
We were born for the wind. Oh, so younger than the sun. Yeah, the bonny boat was wine as it sailed into the mystic. Hark now, hear the sailors cry. Smell the seas and touch the sky. Let your soul and the spirit fly into the mystic. And when that foghorn whistle blows out, we'll be come home. And when that foghorn whistle blows out, gotta hear. I don't wanna fear it. I wanna rock your gypsy soul. It's like way down days of old. Magnificently we fall to the mystic. We were born before the wind. Also younger than the sun, and the bonny boat was one as we sailed into the mystic. Hark now, hear the sailors cry. Smell the sea, touch the sky, and let your soul and spirits fly into the mystic. And when that fall midnight whistle blows, I will be coming home. And when that foghorn whistle blows, I gotta hear it. I don't wanna fear it, and I wanna rock your gypsy soul. Just like way back the days of old, when magnificently we fall to the mystic. Magnificently we fall into the mystic.
Thank you, Wolfie, for asking me to play that. Thank you, guys. Time traveling texting. I like it.
Guys, we're here. We're connecting. It's Real Talk. Day 691. Yeah, no, in a row. Not day 691. Like, oh, you've done 691 days of Real Talk randomly of days in your life? No, freaking in a row. That's right.
Hey, Chris, thank you, bud. Oh, you're awesome. Wendy, thank you so much. I'm so glad you liked that. Into the Mystic. Guys, you know it's appropriate now, right? You know what's coming.
Friday night, the Real Talk Show, day 691 in a row. Gonna get down like we do every night. Then we're going to get up, yeah. And the Real Dog Family Jam. The Real Dog Family Jam. Oh, oh. I see 6 hour kicking in the chat. I see Fred Deo. I said Deo, Fred Deo, Fred Deo, my brother.
I like to sing the Deo song. We go,
These are dead, dead-o, said Fred Deo, Deo.
oh, and I see cat claws.
And MJ is kicking it across the screen with lots of emojis, and that's just sweet for me to see as I play the song for you. Tris Killian, I see you. Yeah, 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 yeah.
You almost slipped by.
Virgo psych. Act like, what's up, my brother? You kicked it tonight. If you guys haven't gone to Axe page to follow yet, you gotta do that, cause my man is getting down. He's dropping the sound, he's giving it to you, just like we're doing right here in the real time. He's reaching deep down inside his soul to find the words that make him whole. And if we all can do the same, there's happiness plentiful for me and you. Yeah, it's the Real Talk Family Jam. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, yeah.
We gotta get a loop going.
The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm trying to compensate for that one.
Guys, come on now, Friday night, the Real Talk Show, getting down, you know. We had Aunt Judy on the call tonight. It was really wages, you know. We had so much fun. All we gotta do is go into the moment and just go with it. Who knows what's gonna come out? I think we figured out that Aunt Judy's the ringleader of the whole thing. She's Aunt Judy, the big guy. And Joe, Sleepy Bo, he's number 2 in line, just like the number 2 he takes in his diaper double deuce. He's got himself a double diaper. He puts it large, and then he puts an XL on top. That's what we're talking about. Christopher Walken, just keeping it straight. Of course you are, Christopher Walken, talking it real. He's getting down, he's keeping it real. You know, that's what he's doing, cause he's a Tupac Brand. He's a rhyming machine. That's why we told him to get beat. Melania, don't go near my friggin' gold toilet, okay? I'm going to call the exterminator on you, Slovenian. Oh, the Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I see Gregory Adler's message. He said the song always makes him feel great, and that's the hope and the dreams that we all can find the light switch. Turn on the light. Keep it on all night long. And don't ever let the darkness in on, 'cause we can stop it. We're right here. We can stop the pain. We can stop all the bullying, and we can stop all the negativity coming through our skin, and we can just expel it right here. We can just become lighter together, and all we gotta do is show up every day, me and you, and we'll make memories. We'll make memories. Making it rain, making me insane, holding my mind up while this world seems to be burning all around me, and I can't stop. I can't stop all the spread. No, if you don't help me, I'm just one man alone, but I'm willing to fight. And will you join me? 'Cause if we become we, then nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop love and light. Whoa. A new day is born. A new day is born. A new day is born. So don't look down now. I'll be here to lift you up. Don't get down on yourself. We will be here for you, for you, for you. The Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Real Talk Family Jam. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Dog Family Jam. I love breaking into some different type of moment there. I've been leaning on that one part I love when it gets mellow, and it's a new day is born. A new day is born. You know, it reminds me of like a Christmas moment. A new day is born. That's cool. So, you guys, Kenley, you're awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. You guys want to laugh? You guys want to get some laughs? And I think we should laugh a little. We've been on here playing music for an hour and 44 minutes and 44 seconds. I love when I see stuff like that. 14444. Just happened to look at it at that moment. Okay, here we go. Let's get into some laughs now, guys. Lifting up the spirit through music. And now, you all sang it with him, didn't you? I know you did. I know I did. Patriot, you're awesome. Guys, it is something we should all be singing. One day what we're going to do is we're going to get all 45 people on, and we're going to do a Zoom call together, and we're going to sing that song together. And I'm going to play it, and we're all going to laugh and jam on it and just have a good old time singing in key, out of key, different keys, different harmonies, and it's just going to be so much fun. Kevin, I appreciate you being here, buddy. Thanks so much for hanging out. Guys, if you haven't, make sure you ding the bell while you're here so you make sure you know when I'm live every day. I'm live every single day for 691 days. I'm never stopping doing this. And then I drop clips all day long. So ding the bell so you can be on for the premiere. Sometimes they're 2-minute clips. Sometimes they're 10-minute clips. Sometimes they're 3-minute clips. Sometimes they're 20-minute clips. But we have multiple a day. And then you have me live at least once a day, most times twice. I've been doing a real estate show during the day. If you guys are interested in real estate at all, I sell real estate. Please think about me anytime real estate comes into your mind or someone has to buy or sell something. Say, you know what? I watch a show where this dude's a realtor and he'll work for free and you don't pay a thing. And he's going to find you someone to interview. If you like that person and use that person is going to pay a referral fee to my friend. And that's the way this business works. I pay referral fees to any business I get. That's the way it works, and I'm fine with it because it's a business. I'm happy to get business, so I pay out referral fees. We all do that. So think about me, please. Send me an email, mark@markpiresrealtalk.com, and I will locate the best agent at Berkshire Hathaway in the town that you live, no matter where it is. What should we do for number 700? Trish, you know what? I'm going to have to create some crazy face swap for day 700. It's 9 days away, right? Yeah, 9 days away. We're going to be there. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's going to be quite insane, though. It's going to be quite insane. Win a prize. Oh, guys, keep in mind DLive. Let's see. I'm just going to quickly go over to DLive because we're
raffling off each day a nanofogger from Xpressmist. So if you go to DLive and you type in, I think you just have to type in dlive.tv/MarkPIRES Real Talk, but let's just see. There's a couple people. Sig is on, and Julianne. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out over on DLive right now. We're up to 246 on DLive, guys. That's pretty cool. We were under 200 just recently. Let's see. I'm just going to check quickly. I put my thing in for the partner, and I'm still waiting. Nope, still nothing yet. Once we're up to the next level of affiliate, guys, we can start getting some more bandwidth on. We get some more bandwidth on the show. You know what I'm saying? And then we can take it to a whole new level. So what I want to say is this, guys. We just rocked out for a while. Now let's laugh for a while, okay? I'm playing you something wild here. Let's see what we got. I want to go back to, we were talking, because Wade just called earlier, we were talking about that Aunt Judy line. This is it right here. Check this out. This is how the Donald Trump show started. Donald Trump show started because of this right here. Watch how it led me. Just watch this and imagine where Trump show goes, and just think about how it started from this moment right here.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio with the prequel to the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. Look, I've got to tell you, I'm completely in awe. It's like the Twilight Zone we're living in right now. Do you see the sleep sofa? I mean, everything he does, I'm just totally blown away by. Did you see this clip? Check this one out. This will blow your mind.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Exactly. I mean, Sleep Sofa Joe talking about his white hair on his legs is kind of weird, right? But no, people love him for it. And how about this one?
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know.
I don't even understand how people could continue to support Joe Biden. He's halfway through the first sentence and he forgets what he's talking about. He's like, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just kind of sitting here. Look, we're going to be in trouble if you have Sleep Sofa Joe in as president. Let's check out this final clip.
Unnecessarily, now we have over 120 million dead from COVID.
Can you believe this? Can you believe Sleep Sofa Joe? 120 million? Really, Sleep Sofa? That's probably how many people would have died if Hillary Clinton had won, or if Sleep Sofa Joe was in charge of the country. It's 120,000, which is 120,000 too many. You could thank the G-hole. That's right, President G-hole. It's all his fault. And we're going to get him to pay. Big league. I'm going to send him a bill. And with it will be a huge stamp right across the center that says, you're a G-hole.
Ha ha! You're a G-hole. That's how it all started. That's how it all started. You're a G-hole. My goodness. So, once we did that, by the way, guys, I want to point something out today. I fixed my microphone. Did you see that? Yeah. I build BeatSeats, okay? I can freaking fix this. Now, it was really a pain in the neck, but I fixed it, okay? First of all. Secondly, I have to build a BeatSeat tonight. Let me just get this through your heads so you guys understand where we are. It's 12:30 a.m. where I am. I got most of the pieces cut. No. Yeah. We got most of the pieces cut. I still have to cut the sides. I still have to put it together, snare wires. I have to spray it tonight, lacquer, and get some sleep and be at an appointment at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I think I'm pulling an all-nighter. I think I'm showing up tomorrow at my appointment. Now, the thing is, if I was meeting a client, I'd be like, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. But I have to build this BeatSeat. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch some clips. You guys are going to hang out with me, if you don't mind. I'm going to go through the Donald Trump show. You guys want to watch the whole thing? I don't know if we can get through it all, but I'll try. Here's episode 1. This is literally after I did the prequel. I was like, okay, we're doing a show called The Donald Trump Show. And here's episode 1.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio with the very first episode of the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. Look, I want to thank you for joining me on a brand new episode of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. We're going to be here every week delivering truth about the Biden campaign because no one's telling you what's really going on. I'm going to pull back the curtain and you're going to see what Joe Biden is really up to. Here we go.
We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts.
Will somebody please alert Mr. Biden that truth and facts are the same thing? I think he's been watching too much fake news on CNN. Okay, what else do we have from this blubbering train wreck?
My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other Biden. Give me a look, though, okay?
Now, first of all, who's the other Biden? Who is the other Biden? I'm wondering because if it's Hunter Biden, he'll be in jail. But if there's another Biden, perhaps he can actually complete a sentence. That Biden I'd like to hear from. Okay, let's see what else we've got.
Trust.
Like his strange hold on Defense Secretary Ash Carter's wife, Stephanie.
Sleep Sofa Joe has been doing this for years. He's a creeper. And we're going to put a stop to him.
I like the way your hair smells. Let me give you a little kiss here.
And can you believe? Look at how he's touching that little girl. Honestly, I'm a little worried about that little girl. Sleep Sofa Joe has been doing all kinds of racist things for years. I'm just going to show you a few of the clips. Take a look at this one, for example.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking.
Look, I'm surprised you guys are fine with hearing Joe Biden say you need an Indian accent in order to go to Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, I've been to Dunkin' Donuts many times. I don't have an Indian accent. But let's continue on. I have a lot more to play for you. Now check out this clip, for example.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Racist Joe strikes again. Poor kids are just as talented and bright as white kids? What does that even mean? This is getting good, guys. What's next?
Play the radio. Make sure make sure you have the record player on at night.
Really, Joe? That's a good idea. We'll get the record player out. How about we go and actually light a fire and we do smoke signals? How about that? What do we have next from Sleep Sofa Joe?
Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
The question is, do you know the thing, Joe? Do you know the thing, Sleep Sofa Joe? The thing, Joe, is that we are all created equal. That's right. God is the creator of all, not Satan and your adrenochrome. Okay, let's get one more at least. How about one more?
I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Did Sleep Sofa Joe just say he has to go do a poop-a-doop? I think he said it right in front of his crowd. I would never say that right in front of my crowd. If I'm going to take a poop-a-doop, I'm doing it on my own time, not in front of people. I don't know. It's a little weird there. Look, let's give him a chance to redeem himself. One more, okay?
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Wow. Really? Look, I'm not sure what else to say after watching that ridiculousness. But that's Sleep Sofa Joe. Are you going to vote for that guy? How about you? Look, if that's the case, this world's crazy.
Guys, I said this in the chat if you didn't read it. If you go and watch that episode, look, I just want to check something real quick. Let's just quickly, as a joke, let's see. If you go to the playlist of Donald Trump show, I was censored so freaking hard by YouTube. Let's just see what Trump show 1. Let's see how many views we had on Trump show 1. And that's the first one, so we should have the most because it's the first one that I did, you know? Hold on, I'm trying to get from my page because then I can really view it. Here we go. Donald Trump show 1. All right, hold on a second. Episode 1. Let's see. Why the heck was it? Okay, I'm going to my playlist because it's not showing me that way for some stupid reason. Donald Trump show. Let's just give you an example real quick. Episode 1. Here we go. 104 people in the world just saw the episode you saw. 104 people in the world saw it. 8 likes. I'm going to do something here. Because this is insanity.
Hammer and Jameson.
Yeah, good old Hammer. You did a great job. I'm sorry. But people, just a YouTube. Yeah, the tuber. This is the page. This is the actual link. I would love it if all of you just went there quickly and liked this. Because wasn't that a great video, the first episode? Here's episode 2. I'm going to play episode 2, and then I'm going to show you how many. We've had 104 people in the world see what you just saw, besides the people who come on here and watch this program. But going back and watching that actual clip, YouTube, Zuckerchooch did such a great job shadow banning and shutting down my reach. 104 people out of 350 million people in this country, 104 saw what could have taken Sleep Sofa Joe down. Who agrees with me? That one episode right there could take Sleep Sofa Joe down. Now, I'm going to blow your mind. There are 34. Here's number 2.
It's Hammer and Jameson live from the studio with episode 2 of the Donald Trump Show, Riding with Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 2 of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to continue digging deeper into Joe Biden, his mental state, and whether or not he falls asleep on camera. So let's get into it. Here's a couple of clips from earlier today. We're going to get into it now. Here we go.
Campaigning from home about Biden hiding in his cellar. Well, the truth of the matter is over 200 million people have watched me on television, and they've watched, and the more of that,
No, keep going, Joe. You're doing great. Doing fantastic, yes. No, we're really thrilled. I'm sure 200 million people really enjoyed watching the Sleep Sofa. Look, I could take a nap on my own sleep sofa. I don't need to watch you while I do it, unless they were trying to fall asleep quicker. Maybe instead of reading, they said, well, if I watch Biden, I could fall right to sleep. Okay, let's see what's next.
I've been down to Virginia. I've been around the country, but I do it responsibly, and I don't hold rallies because it is the reason why we're in such trouble by not listening to the experts and the scientists about social distancing and wearing masks, which I never do when I walk outside of this house.
Wait, let me get this straight. So the scientists and doctors tell us to wear masks, but the moment you leave the house, you don't wear your mask? Sleep Sofa, I'm pulling a little fake news on you right now. Just check the real footage.
And wearing masks, which I never do when I walk outside of this house. I never fail to do.
See? And Trump will play it for you because I think you still look like an idiot. Okay, what else we got?
That's who we are. That's how my great-great-grandfather, four greats back got here. He got in a coffin ship in the Irish Sea, never knowing whether he was going to make it, and he made it to the United States of America in 1848 when the British were, anyway.
The British were coming. Look, it's like Paul Revere. No, finish it up, Joe. What were you saying when the British were coming? Is that your grandfather was part of the crew? Is your grandfather a redcoat? What are we talking about here? I'm trying to figure out what the hell Joe is talking about. My grandfather, and when the British, he said, and then he stopped himself. I think he was about to say when the British were coming. Anyway, look, as long as Joe continues to stay in his basement and he won't debate me, I'm going to have the Trump show continue. So till tomorrow, have a good night.
So, guys, that one, 94 people in the world. Candace, thank you so much. You're amazing. What an amazing super chat from Candace. First super chat of the night. $20 super chat. You're amazing, Candace. What an amazing thing Candace has been. By the way, guys, head over to Candace's channel because she has some very interesting videos of some sort of orb type of thing, possibly spacecraft. We're not really sure, but I've been checking it out. And you should go and check it out. And I told you during the song that you should go over to Act's page as well. He's been playing music and rocking out every day. And today he made a song up about the Real Talk show in Wages World. It was so cool. He is so cool. I'm like, you know what? I'm listening to it. I'm thinking to myself, he's channeling the way I channel. And it's totally different styles, but the same vibe. And I'm like, I love it. And so I was there hanging out with Sig. And Trinity came by as well, which was cool. So we were all kind of kicking it. And so head over there. Sharon, you're awesome. Thank you so much for kicking it with us. And Cat Claus. What else we got here, guys? So that was episode 2. 94 people in the world saw that. How many likes? Let's see how many likes that had. 95 people, and there's 15 likes. Let me just do a refresh and see if anybody checked that out since I sent the link. 95. Oh, 18 though. You guys brought up to 18. How many did I say originally? A second ago? All right, so let's go to episode 3 here. I'm going to tell you what we got. Okay, episode 3, guys. This one is one of my favorites because it's the first episode about Nancy Pelosi. And this one has 10 likes and 94 views as well. Okay, 94 people out of 350 million in the United States who could have seen this and realized that there's a sleep sofa that needs to not get a vote, okay? And you guys want to know, when we talk about railroading, when we talk about how this has been a plan from the beginning to take out a sitting president of the United States of America, I want you to see right now how it's all formed. There's a freaking Pelosi. There's a lady who she basically could turn you to stone if you look at her. If you're in the same room with Nancy Pelosi and you make eye contact with her, you could turn to cement in whatever position you're standing when you make eye contact. You'd be like, and that's it, you're there for life. So try not to go near her. She weighs 33 pounds, but she's basically the devil. Yeah, devil is a good word for Pelosi. Anyway, this is the first episode about Nancy Pelosi, and this needs to be seen, guys. Ready?
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio with episode 2 of the Donald Trump Show, Riding with Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 2 of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to continue digging deeper into Joe Biden, his mental state, and whether or not he falls asleep on camera. So let's get into it.
Wait a second.
Here's a couple of clips from today.
We just saw this.
Today.
That's not the right
We're
one.
going to get into it now. Here we go.
Hold on a minute, Donald J. Trump.
About Biden hiding in his cellar.
I do like this one, though. But here we go. This is Pelosi.
People
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio with episode 3 of the Donald Trump Show, Nancy Pelosi. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. I want to thank you for joining me on episode 3 of the Donald J. Trump Show. Today, we talk about Pelosi. That's right. Don't drink the poison. It's going to kill many people more than coronavirus. Yeah, Pelosi. That's right. Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I'm sorry. Some people don't know that we do call her Pelosi. Let's take a look at this clip here. I want you to hear what she has to say.
You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear.
Let's be honest, Nancy. You know nothing about politics. And wrap-up smear? Really? That's what you've been doing to me? Sounds like something you got from your OBGYN. But whatever.
You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it.
I'm sorry, Nancy, can you say that one more time? What was that?
You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it.
Look, she's creating fake news. She told the reporters, you create a story. Let's get back to this clip.
And then you write it.
Can you freaking believe this?
And they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear.
You write the story after we report the falsehoods, and it becomes a validated story by the news, by you, the fake news garbage.
It's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report.
Also, when she says merchandising it, who is she, Mel Brooks from Spaceballs? Spaceballs the flamethrower. Yeah, okay, Pelosi, whatever.
Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic. And it's self-evident.
You see there, she says it's self-evident because we've been doing it to Trump since he came down the escalator. Well, I have to tell you that I'm happy that I found out about this, Pelosi. Now I can put all of my efforts towards taking you down to Chinatown. That's right. We will drain Pelosi and Schumer from the swamp. Schumer from the swamp, winning big league.
So, guys, that 40, whatever many people saw that. But now, let's just see. If we go to Rochot's favorite, this is George Rochot's favorite bit. 129 people saw this one at least, guys. We went over 100 on this one. 129 out of 450 million. Yeah. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, ScrewTube. This is the link if you want to check it out. I'm going to send it across. This is George Rochot's favorite. It's episode 4. Here we go. And then I'm going to put a long one up on so I can go and do some BeatSeat work. Here we go. Rochot's version.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio with episode 4 of the Donald Trump Show, Forgetful Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much for joining me for episode 4 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight, we get back into Sleep Sofa Joe. Look, we've got a lot of clips to get through, so let's get started.
I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor.
I can't believe they use this as their pitch on YouTube. I mean, I've come for you to... It sounds like something out of Close Encounters of a Third Kind. Sleep Sofa, are you from a different planet? I'm trying to figure out what the hell it is that comes out of your mouth. Sounds like gobbledygook.
I can hardly wait to debate him on stage. I want people to see me standing next to him and him standing next to me. We'll see who's sleepy.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Thanks for your time. Please come back in less than 13 years, sir.
All right, Chuck. Thank you very much.
All right. It's Chris, but anyway.
Chris. I just did Chris. No, I just did Chuck. I tell you what, man, these are back-to-back. Anyway.
Sleepy, hello? It's not Chuck, okay? But you have a problem with back-to-back meetings? How do you think you're going to do back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back when you're president? Look, he's going to have to take a poop-a-doop in between, remember?
Why doesn't he just act like a president? That's a stupid way to say it.
You know,
I guess,
Donald Trump was asked on...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I probably best I don't.
You know, I feel kind of bad for Sleep Sofa. I mean, he looks like he's going to cry. He's like an old puppy dog whining for a bowl of milk. Look, Sleep Sofa, I'm sorry. You know, you have to act confidently if you're going to be president of the United States.
I tell you what, I'm so darn proud. And those poor people who have
lost, anyway.
This is your brain on drugs. That's right. Any questions?
I would see to it immediately moving toward, we are in fact in a position now that if in fact we dealt with mitigation across the board, just what we did in the last administration and before, leading to a standard that we provide efficiency for appliances.
Have you ever seen that scene in Scanners? It kind of reminds me, I wonder if they're going to do, you know how they keep doing, we're doing Jaws over. You think they'll do Scanners over and maybe have Sleep Sofa Joe in his, one of the lead characters? I would watch that, even though he makes me want to fall asleep.
I'm ready on day one after more than 3 years in office. Why isn't Donald Trump ready? Mr. President, wake up.
Can you believe that? Did he really just say for me to wake up? Is this Pinocchio and Geppetto is in the background pulling strings? Because it doesn't even look like he's alive. I feel so bad for this guy. I'm going to demolish him when we get into a debate. I mean, honestly, he doesn't even know who the hell he is. And you guys are going to vote for this guy? He's up by how many points? I mean, what the? He can't even speak, people. He said he's going to beat himself. Did you see that one? This is Sleep Sofa Joe saying how he's going to beat himself.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Well, let's hear that one more time. Joe, can you do that one more time for us?
I'm going to beat Joe Biden. Joe Biden. I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Look, I think that's a good place for us to call it a day. He's going to beat himself. I guess I should just hang back and maybe let him fall on the sword. He may walk outside to get the mail and forget to put his pantalones on. Could be a problem. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow on the next Trump show. That's right. Have a good night.
Verity, thank you so much for sharing the video tonight's show. You rock. I really appreciate that. You guys are so awesome. I'm so excited that you're hanging out watching these with me. These have been about 4 months worth of my real talk, where I spent a lot of time prior to episodes making these. These are all improvised. Every single one of these was made up in real time. I didn't write anything. I never have written a thing on this show. We just take the moment and improvise in it. Just like I'll talk to the wall and pretend Melania's there. That's what I do with the face swap. I'll see the movements of Trump and I just go and I just start talking, and this is what happens. Here's episode 5. This is the Great Wall. No, this is Trump Rushmore. Yeah, Trump Rushmore. Here we go.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from Mount Rushmore. Donald Trump for episode 5 of The Trump Show.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me here at the monuments. Look, this is a very exciting time. I started my own talk show this week. That's right, the Donald J. Trump Show. We're winning big league. We're dropping lots of content about Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. Lots about Sleep Sofa. We also did one episode about Poison so far. And we're going to continue to drop positive content about Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. Because I will not let him beat me now. We have done too much work here in this country. Are you guys ready to stick a fork in Biden? Are you ready?
I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden.
I don't know what to say. I'm a little confused. Could you tell me, what does that mean, Joe? You're married? I'm Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden. I don't know. So, are you going to be your own first lady? Or what does that mean, Joe? Could you please elaborate? I'm Melania Trump's husband, Donald Trump. I'm not really sure. So Joe's married to himself? Just going to give you the one for today. That's enough to squash the sleep sofa. Look, he's comfortable to lie on. Just not to vote for. We don't have to trash the man while we're here at the National Monument. He's just a sleep sofa. Look, if you can't catch the Donald Trump show, make sure you tune in to Real Talk. You see, my kids, Melania, they all love Real Talk. Well, we give it to people straight on the Real Talk program, and it kind of gave me the concept for the Donald Trump show. So tune in. Every night I'll be on either my show or the Real Talk show. I'm going to drop content for you because the fake news is not letting the Trumper breathe. That's right. It's trying to shut down the Trump. Look at that beautiful monument. They're going to put my face right next to George Washington there. Perfect spot. They're going to have my tie. It's going to go all the way down to the ground. So Democrats will hit their faces on it every time they walk by.
That's my favorite line. Verity, thank you so much again for sharing. I went and I subscribed to your page. You guys should also, I'm going to watch tonight. But I saw you stream like I do. You did 3 hours a couple nights ago. Proud of you. I love when other people stream like I do, out of their minds like me. Let's see. Kat said Saddam Hussein had about 15 lookalikes. Yeah, I think that's why I was joking. And it's funny I said that when Wages called his Aunt Judy. I said, look, we have the plan set that my clone will be pushed down the stairs so we can make our getaway to Belgium and eat some chocolate. And then freaking Wages goes, look, I don't want you doing that because you're thinking about the poops that you make in your pants every day. Whatever. It's so funny. Zucker Chooch. No, he's a Chooch, really. Oh, goodness. I'm really excited to check it out, buddy, because I'm new to all of that. I'm new to everything that has to do with the Schumann resonance. I'm new to a lot of the stuff that Wages talks about in his show, Planet X, I was watching today. A lot of the stuff that he's talking about, I don't know about. I wanted to ask you guys a question. Actually, I wanted to ask Wages, but you guys watch Wages, so let me ask you. Let me ask Verity, this is a question, okay? I watched today with Planet X, and I see these. Someone said, some people say they're orbs. And I'm like, did anybody ever, and just tell me that someone may be like, yeah, we thought about that, Mark, and you're stupid, but could it be moons? I know it sounds silly, but every other massive, structure, whatever you want to call it, planet has moons or a moon or moons. Someone said there were, 40, how many moons are there for Jupiter? 49 moons, something ridiculous. So if you see something like we have our moon, okay? And from a very far, if you're looking from far away, it would look like it's pretty close to our Earth, probably, first of all. Secondly, the idea that it continues to go around us over and over and over, you know what I mean? Like, I always assumed if it was Nibiru, that it would go on that trajectory. However, if it takes 3,600 years for this thing to go around that elliptical orbit, that means in our entire lifetime, it may not move very far. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So, there's a lot of questions, but I just was curious. My thought was, even though it would be mental, okay, Jupiter has 112 moons, MJ said. Even though it would be mental that there would be moons for the sun, could it be that they are moons? And the thing is, they don't illuminate much because you have the freaking sun right there, but it's a heavenly body and it's got moons. You know what I mean? And them moons is probably burned up pretty good. You know what I mean? But there are 53 moons named and 26 awaiting or official names. There are 53 named moons. Where are these named and unnamed? They're not in our, right? Seem to be discovering new ones all the time. Thought they had everything figured out decades ago. Is it true that we have somewhat of a second moon? And some people say it's a second moon. Or is it a second sun? It's not a moon. It's only seen through the glass of a CMA of our sun. Yeah, Brian, we made it through 691 all right. This is stuff we can absolutely get into for a while. Saturn, the keeper of time and judgment. It's not moons, it's societies. I just looked it up on NASA. NASA. I got a friend who's like a super genius who works for a company that's like in the government, and he's a scientist, and he does like NASA stuff. I'd love to ask him to come on here one day and give us a little insight on things. They found a small moon candidates around the Earth. Ooh, they found small moon candidates around the Earth? Oh, interesting. So maybe we have multiple. What if the sun is its primordial stages? That's an interesting thing I don't know anything about. I will tell you this, guys. I do know something, and it is episode 6 of the Donald J. Trump Show, which I created on some freaking day. You could probably track all of these shows to an experience. So every time I did a show, it was because something happened that day, and I was like, we're doing it on that. I forget what this one is, but it's a very funny one, and I come up with bumbling Biden here. I think the first time. The first line makes me cry, so I'm not going to put mute because I may laugh. Here we go.
It's Amaral and Jameson live from the studio. We're bringing you to Donald Trump for episode 6 of the Donald Trump Show, Bumbling Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me on episode 6 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, I'm here in Washington. Sometimes people think it looks like the Epcot Center. No, the Pope is not back in that building. It's Donald Trump's home. In the process of fixing the dome. I think it's about time we get back to Sleep Sofa Joe. Sometimes we call him Bumbling Biden. I'm not sure what I feel like calling him today. Let's see what Bumbling Biden has to say. I just love them both. I just love Sleep Sofa Joe. He's a bumbling Biden sleeping on the sofa. So, let's see what we've got today.
I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation.
Every time I think to myself, well, there's no way it could get any worse, they show me another clip. This is Sleep Sofa Joe, bumbling Biden. Take a look, people.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth. $1.4 trillion worth.
Well, which is it, Joe?
Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much.
Really? Joe, you want me to get a calculator for you? Here, why don't you use this calculator, see what you come up with.
It's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
740 billion. Wow, Joe. That's a phenomenal amount of money. Do you want that in Monopoly dollars?
If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight.
Well, Joe, if it's a matter of dialing 30330 in order to help you fight the battle against Alzheimer's, I'm in. Okay, what else we got?
And they'd say to you, take my shotgun. I said, I have 3. I now have 5 because my son died and I have 3 of his. I have 5 shotguns.
Oh, so close, Joe. So close. 3 plus 3... So close, you did not form it as a question. It's also not 6.
I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated.
I'm sorry, Sleep Sofa. I hadn't heard that one. Middle class Joe. I've heard creepy Joe. I've heard bumbling Biden. I've heard Sleep Sofa Joe, Sleepy Joe. I've heard about a terrible cup of Joe. It's more like out of gas Joe.
I love that. I've heard of a terrible cup of Joe. Oh, that makes me laugh really hard. So let's see if we can keep this going. I love talking about stuff like that, Verdi. Like, I would love to get into it more, especially alien stuff. So, guys, this is a killer episode. Right here is when I decide to take Sleep Sofa down. Literally, this one episode right here would have won the election by a super landslide for Donald Trump. Ready for this? This is where we destroy. This is where they fully started to censor me to where I felt it like really all of a sudden I'm getting COVID-19 false information on my videos from this. Watch this.
Amaryl and Jameson live with you from the studio. We go to Donald Trump with episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show. Ryan and Biden.
Thank you very much for joining me on episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to get right into it today. I've got a lot more on Sleep Sofa Joe. That's right, we're calling him Bumbling Biden as well now. So let's get into it. What do we got? First clip of the show.
You gotta, I mean, we gotta reassure. Look, here, my message to everybody I talk to is we're gonna get through this.
Are you sure, Joe? It looks like you can't even get through a sentence.
We provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rap Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
I'm sorry, did he just call Barack Rap Rock? I didn't realize he had a pet name for Barack Obama. Hey, Rap Rock, let's get together and go and talk about that foreign policy. Hey, Rap Rock, you want to get together and play some basketball? Hey, Rap Rock, could you make me a PB&J? Absolutely hilarious.
I made a mistake. I said it 14 years ago. I trusted George Bush to keep his word. He said he was not going to go into Iraq.
This is when it gets really interesting. You ready?
Only way we're going to get rid of Saddam Hussein. And it's going to require guys like you in uniform to be back on foot in the desert taking taking Saddam down.
Wait, I'm sorry, but didn't you just say that you were against the war, Sleep Sofa? I think he's losing his memory again.
From the moment shock and awe started, from that moment, I was opposed to the effort and I was outspoken.
Let's take a look at Outspoken Joe. That's maybe his news. Maybe we'll call him Outspoken Joe if it's good. Let's see.
Some of my own party have said that it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place. But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. The President of the United States is a bold leader, and he is popular.
No, after that clip, that's it. We're going to call him Backtrack Biden. That's right. He backtracks. He said that he didn't support the war, that he's talking about George Bush like they're best friends. I'm not sure what's true with Sleep Sofa Joe.
When I marched in the civil rights movement, I marched with tens of thousands of others to change attitudes. And we changed attitudes.
When I was about the age of the guy standing over there, I got involved in the civil rights movement.
And now, the truth.
I was not an activist. I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else.
Okay, so basically, Sleep Sofa Joe never did any actual protesting, although he's been campaigning on it for his entire career.
The first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class.
Look, I really want you to pay attention to the detail in this video right here.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect.
I'm pretty sure that your IQ is a moving number, Sleep Sofa.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship.
So let's get to the truth.
Senator Joseph Biden may have more explaining to do.
The new questions stem from taped remarks of Biden during an April campaign appearance in New Hampshire.
And in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the International Moot Court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank. I can say one thing.
Look, the facts are Sleep Sofa Joe was a terrible student.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class.
He didn't?
That he does not have 3 degrees from college.
He doesn't?
And that he was not named Outstanding Political Science Student in college.
Really?
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't stop laughing. Back then, I guess they didn't fact check you in real time. That must have been a couple weeks later. So funny.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. His memory had failed him.
Sleep Sofa Joe makes up things. Bumbling Biden. Did you hear him bumble there? He's a bumbler. Bumbling Biden strikes again.
Oh, guys, that's a good episode. That is where we literally took the guy down like 7 levels. It's like, wait a second. That's the bumbler that they made president-elect or fake president-elect? Yeah, that's amazing. How did Biden remember all that? Shannon said, Verity, that's awesome. I'm so glad that, is that your son that you said? That's trying to get into doing some live streaming? That is really cool. Weekend at Biden's. I saw that clip. Oh my goodness. Somebody made Weekend at Biden's. I was going to create a face swap and do it, but whatever. So, I'm thinking about skipping 8. Well, let's see how long 8 is. Because I got to get to this BeatSeat. Let's see how long it is. That's 4:48, actually. You know what? At 4:48, then 4:49. We're going to go through them in order here, if you guys want to stick around. If you guys have to get going and you want to see, like, I want to play you guys episode 25, which is Gaslighting an American Election. I also want to play you Nancy Pelosi in episode 3. Oh, shoot, we have so many episodes that we can't get through tonight, but I mean, I maybe just keep it live and keep playing them all night. And I'll just every 10 minutes I'll come back over and put a new one on. And I'll go back. And I'll come back over. And then I'll go back. And I'll keep working on my BeatSeat. You know? All right, so we're going to play you episode 8. Here we go. If it'll allow me to.
Amaryl and Jameson live with you from the studio. We go to Donald Trump with episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show, Riding Biden.
Thank you very much for joining me on episode 7 of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to get right into it today. I've got a lot more on Sleep Sofa Joe. That's right, we're calling him Bumbling Biden as well now. So let's get into it. What do we got? First clip of the show.
You gotta, I mean, we gotta reassure. Look, here, my message to everybody I talk to is we're gonna get through this.
Are you sure, Joe? It looks like you can't even get through a sentence.
Wait, didn't we just watch
a
this?
Medicare option.
Yeah, we did.
That's exactly what.
All right, hold on. That was 7. We already did 7, Dudio.
Why does it keep flipping and flopping on me? It's like Sleeps Over Joe Biden. Oh, look, we're going to shut down the government. Look, we're going to shut it down. Well, I never said that. I never said we're going to shut it down. What, are you kidding me? My Aunt Judy told me I'd never do it. Here we go. Let's give it a shot now.
It's Amaryl and Jameson live from the studio. We go to Donald Trump with episode 8 of the Donald Trump Show, Biden Time.
Thank you very much for joining me for episode 8 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, we're cooking along here. Today we're here to talk about Joe Sleep Sofa, Bumbling Biden. We've been kind of going through his exploits over the years. What has he done? Has he done anything at all? You know, one of the problems we have today is overpopulated prisons. That's right. And it all started with Joe Biden. I'm going to show you how we are where we are right now. Let's roll the tape.
It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth.
Look, he's talking about inner cities, black communities, minorities, and they all vote for him still. I don't get it. He doesn't want you to advance. He wants you to stay down, so you need the sleep sofa. You don't need a nap on the sleep sofa.
It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to have become socialize into the fabric of society.
I'm starting to see a little of the bumbling Biden taking place. This is all the way back in like the 90s.
It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society.
Wait, bumbling sleep sofa. I thought that being the victim was your platform. Now all of a sudden it doesn't matter if they're the victims of society.
The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe.
Ouch.
Shoot my sister.
Look out.
Beat up my wife.
Let's be honest, Sleep Sofa. That one's you when you open up the bottle of Irish whiskey. Seems a bit odd that all of Joe's family's being attacked in the streets.
They must be taken off the street.
The whole point of the bill was to keep people down, so they feel like they always need help. They don't teach people how to fish, they give them the fish.
Tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision.
When was this filmed? Yesterday?
Without any structure, without any conscience developing.
Definitely filmed in the last couple weeks. And he's talking about Antifa, right?
They literally have not been socialized.
Isn't he talking about Antifa?
They literally have not had an opportunity.
So let me get this straight. Instead of providing opportunities, you just decided to lock everybody up.
We should focus on them now.
Classic. Really? Sleep Sofa Joe is talking about fixing the problems, never fixed the problems. He had 8 years in office, and it's been almost 30 years, and they've done nothing since then.
If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now.
Predators? Is that like a follow-up to the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
And Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
I wonder if that's where Chris Hansen got his start.
Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them.
It sounds like only Biden's life matters.
And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society.
Can't you see? Every 2 years, he panders for a vote, and he's the guy who put them all in jail.
But they are in jail, away from my mother.
Sleep Sofa, do I detect an Oedipal complex?
Your husband, our families.
Divide and conquer. It's the Democrat way. Sleep Sofa Joe Biden has been telling people one thing for years and doing the opposite. Just remember, and tune back in tomorrow on the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
Moving right along. So, this is one of my favorite episodes, and as it leads us towards a really, really awesome episode. But episode 9 is called The Great Wall of Trump. This is a pretty funny episode. Look, I added a little bit of a little color at the end, a little pink and blue color. You'll see at the end of the first scene here. Take a look.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio with episode 9 of the Donald Trump Show, The Great Wall of Trump.
Thank you very much for joining me. Episode 9 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. We're going to get into it today. I've got a lot to share with you. Border wall. Everybody's always saying, Trump, when are you going to build the border wall? We're building the wall. But they gave me such a hard time. Such a hard time.
The President of the United States, having failed to get Mexico to pay for his ineffective, unnecessary border wall.
We'll get back to Schumer and Pelosi after some other clips. I think you guys may like these others, and we'll put it all into perspective. It's Trump Show. I'm just going to show you how other presidents felt about immigration.
The bill before us will certainly do some good.
Well, let's start with that. He says he wants to do some good. Let's see what's next.
It will authorize some badly needed funding for better fences and better security along our borders.
Holy cow. Obama wanted to put up a fence. Nobody cares. I want to build a wall stronger. They have a problem with that. We're talking Three Little Pigs, people. He wants to use a fence. I'm talking about a wall that the big bad wolf can't blow down.
The fence is now basically complete.
Wow, Barack, you got 5 years out of that fence. Good job. We had to start building an actual wall because what you did was crap.
Maybe they'll need a moat.
Or maybe they'll need a wall.
Maybe they want alligators in the moat.
Now that one I have to give Barack. That was hilarious. Still, I'll take the wall.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
Bill Clinton says illegal aliens and everybody applauds and they get behind him. But Trump does and they call him a xenophobe and a racist.
The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers.
You see, they're always with you when they need the vote. But as soon as they get in office, they turn on you. Get used to it, people. It's the way it's always been with the Democrats.
That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more.
Can you believe that?
By deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before.
Maybe I should hire Bill to say his words / my words on the campaign trail.
I voted for a fence. I voted, unlike most Democrats, and some of you won't like it, I voted for 700-mile fence.
Wait, Sleep Sofa Joe voted for a fence, too?
Let me tell you something, folks. People are driving across that border with tons, hear me, tons of everything from byproducts from methamphetamine to cocaine to heroin.
And listening to Sleep Sofa talk about the same issues I have with illegal aliens is just kind of laughable.
It's all coming up through corrupt Mexico.
Joe Biden mentions the drugs. He mentions the illegal aliens coming across the border. And he wants 700 miles of fence. No problem. He's not a xenophobe. He's not a racist. You call Trump whatever you want. That's the problem. You guys just make up your fake news. What do we have next? Anything left?
Former presidents have said to him that they wish that they had built a wall. Do you recall President Obama ever saying that?
Come on. Bumbling Biden. At it again. Look, guys, you can tell it's a double talk situation with Biden. Everybody before me wanted a wall. Remember when Schumer said ineffective wall?
Construction of a 630-mile border fence create a significant barrier to illegal immigration on our southern land border.
So let me get this straight. In 2009, a fence is significant, but in 2020, a wall is ineffective? Really? Everybody before me wanted a wall. Trump gets it done.
Trump gets it done, people. Oh, here in Toronto, Dominion Voting Corporation just evacuated their offices. They are escaping. Ooh, it has begun. The rapture. It's going to get scary. It's going to get scary because of the people who don't know how to deal with reality. And we, when dealing with reality, just dealt with reality. And we didn't go and burn down businesses. We didn't go and start fires in the streets and riot and create race wars. We just let time go and we went to work. And now there's a chance that the guy we all voted for will truly be elected president because the other guy spent a year in his basement probably saying more racist things than he said when he was out of his basement. And interestingly, he said a lot of racist things while he was out of his basement. Anyway, here we go. Episode 10 of the Donald Trump Show happens to deal with race as well. This is called How Sour Is That Don Lemon?
It's Amarilyn Jameson live from the studio. We're bringing you episode 10 of the Donald Trump Show. How sour is that Don Lemon?
Thank you for joining me on episode 10 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. Today, we're going to continue our journey, destroying fake news. Today, we're going to look at CNN. Don Lemon. That's right, we call him Con Lemonhead here, but I have an old clip that came across my desk I wanted to share with you guys. Give me your perspectives, okay? Take a look at this.
It got some, many on the political right, wondering why the so-called liberal media wasn't talking about other problems in the black community.
That's interesting, Lemon. Why? Why would you say? This is 2013, by the way.
The outrage that I have is in the lack of really the national attention to what is an epidemic of crime in the black community committed largely by blacks.
These are the same stats we're talking about now, and everyone calls us racist for bringing up.
Why aren't we talking about it? Good question. Actually, that's not a good question. We've talked about it many times on this show.
You have?
And on CNN.
You see, he could tell he was lying because he took a longer breath.
So that's the reason I didn't want to discuss at length crime in the African-American community or how to fix other ills that seem to be plaguing the community in general. But now that the jury has reached its verdict, one that everyone must accept, it's time now for some tough love on the subject.
Some tough love from the lemon. Sounds good to me.
Someone on another network got the chance to go first because I couldn't go during the week. I'm only here on the weekend, so listen to this.
The reason there is so much violence and chaos is the disintegration of the African-American family.
He's got a point.
He does?
In fact, he's got more than a point.
Wow. Don Lemon agrees with Bill O'Reilly. Who knew that was coming?
Drugs, hustling gangs. Nobody forces them to do that. Again, it is a personal decision.
He is right about that too, but in my estimation, he doesn't go far enough.
Oh, Don Lemon's a mathematician now. Yes, I'd like to hear your estimation.
Black people, if you really want to fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing.
Here we go. Con Lemonhead, 2013, 5 ways to fix the black community. Let's hear it.
Here's number 5. Pull up your pants.
Pants on the ground. Pants on the ground. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
Number 4 now is the N-word.
Oh, my. Here we go.
I understand poetic license, but consider this. I hosted a special on the N-word, suggesting that black people stop using it, and that entertainers stop deluding yourselves or themselves and others that you're somehow taking the word back.
I am curious what people think of that comment.
A lot of African Americans took offense to that too.
Oh, he answered it.
Now number 3, respect where you live.
Is this a special message to the people in Chippy, Chaz? What are they calling themselves this week? I think it's a message to Chap.
Start small by not dropping trash, littering in your own communities.
Imagine if they played this over the loudspeakers in Chap.
I've lived in several predominantly white neighborhoods in my life. I rarely, if ever, witness people littering.
Here comes a cheap shot at his community.
I live in Harlem now. It's an historically black neighborhood. Every single day I see adults and children dropping their trash on the ground when a garbage can is just feet away.
Wow, stereotype much?
Just being honest here.
Interesting. When did you decide to get rid of the honesty policy, Lemon?
Number 2, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling kids they're acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English.
What Don Lemon is saying right now would be considered racist in 2020.
A high school dropout makes on average $19,000 a year.
Wait, a year?
A high school graduate makes $28,000 a year.
Just graduating, you make 33% more per year.
A college graduate makes $51,000 a year.
That stat is less impressive to me. It costs like $50,000 a year for college. A college graduate makes $51,000?
Over the course of a career, a college grad will make nearly $1 million more than a high school graduate. That's a lot of money.
Yes, $1 million is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to the people of the United States of America. Not so much for Trump. I've got billions, okay?
And number one, and probably the most important, just because you can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should.
Words you will never hear Don Lemonhead speak again.
Especially without planning for one or getting married first. More than 72% of children in the African American community are born out of wedlock. That means absent fathers.
Look, can't you see, this is the point. Nothing ever changes. It's always the same. It was 72% in 2013 when Obama was the president.
And the studies show that lack of a male role model is an express train right to prison. And the cycle continues.
Yesterday you saw that Sleep Sofa Joe was the one that put them in prison. And Don Lemon remarked how it's a problem in 2013 when Obama was in office. So what's the problem when Trump wants to fix it? Anybody? Bueller?
Pay attention to and think about what has been presented in recent history as acceptable behavior.
Is rioting in the streets acceptable behavior? It's a good question, Don Lemonhead. What do you think we should do, Don?
Pay close attention to the hip-hop and rap culture that many of you embrace.
I embrace the Sugar Hill Gang. To the hip-hop, to hibbity-hibbity-hibbity hip-hop, to toppity, don't stop. The boogie-boogie bang-bang, sugary-bug-bug.
A culture that glorifies everything I just mentioned, thug and reprehensible behavior. A culture that is making a lot of people rich, just not you.
The time CNN spoke the truth. Wow, it's almost surreal, right? It's surreal to see CNN speaking truth. I kind of like it. How do we get them to speak the truth always? So what happened to Don Lemon in 2020?
This is the thing, Don. You know, black people need to hold other black people accountable.
Okay, before we get started, that's what Don Lemonhead was doing in the 2013 clip we started with. Okay, watch.
I said this the same thing. This is the Black America's version of the Me Too movement. If anything is going to change, we ourselves need to look at our own communities and look at each other and say, this thing cannot go down.
I'm sorry, isn't that exactly what Don said?
And then this is what I'm saying. It's about who is controlling the narrative. It's got to be all Black Lives Matter.
That sounds right. What does Don have to say?
Here's what I have to say.
All right, Spin Doctor. Let's see what you got here.
The Black Lives Matter movement was started because it was talking about police brutality. If you want an all Black Lives Matter movement that talks about gun violence in communities, including, black communities, then start that movement with that name. But that's not what Black Lives Matter is about.
I'm soured by the hypocrisy. It's like eating a lemon. Oh.
So if you're talking about, if someone started a movement that said, cancer matters, and then someone comes in and says, why aren't you talking about HIV? It's not the same thing. We're talking about cancer.
I think Lemonhead doesn't grasp the concept of apples and oranges. If it's 100 people and you're there for all cancer matters, then it would be somebody who stands up and said, I have prostate cancer. And they would say, sit down, buddy. We just said all cancer matters.
So the Black Lives Matter movement is about police brutality and injustice in that manner, not about what's happening in black neighborhoods. There are people who are working on that issue, and if you want to start that issue, why don't you start it?
We have a hypocrite warning.
It is about police brutality. That should never be accepted. Yeah. I am not saying that that's not it, but there's more there. Okay. And when I look at, if they have more on their agenda, we need to ask them about what else is on that agenda.
Right. Don't you just love how uncomfortable Terry Crews made Don Lemonhead? It was hilarious. You could see he got very uncomfortable when he realized he couldn't control Terry Crews. I wonder, could we get Terry Crews on the Trump team? We should look into it. Look, I will see you tomorrow on the next Trump show. Have a good night.
Oh, yeah. That was a crazy episode, right? To the hibbity-hibbity-hibbity-hibbity-hap-hap. To don't stop at a rockety-poopity pants. So, guys, you know what happened right after episode 10? Yeah, that's right. Episode 11. And episode 11, if you have not seen it yet, or maybe you've seen it 37,000 times because I play it all the freaking time, it's called President G-Hole. Yeah, that's right. Here we go.
Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio. Donald J. Trump joins us to talk about President G.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining me on the next episode of the Donald Trump Show. I believe this is episode 11. Unbelievable. I think this episode has to be about President G-Hole. Look, I got a problem with the G-Hole. He's out there delivering Fluhan all over the world. Everybody's blaming Trump, but the only person to blame is President G-Hole. But no matter what I say, they don't believe me. It's a weird world we're living in right now. It's either Trump or not Trump. Nobody's talking about the issues. What does Trump think about abortion? What does Biden think about? Well, let's be honest, Biden doesn't think about anything. But if he was to think about something, what would it be? Maybe, did I put underwear on this morning? Did I change my pants? Did I poop my pants? I don't know. These are maybe questions that Sleep Sofa Joe asks himself. But look, let's see if we have any clips for today. Do we have anything? Here we go.
世界卫生组织总干事先生
You guys couldn't get the subtitled version? I mean, what the hell? Where's my translator? God almighty. All right, I guess I'm going to have to respond and pretend I know what the hell he's talking about. Let's get back to it.
各位代表
Good day to you too, G-Hole.
首先
Yeah, Shawshank Redemption was a good movie, but what does that have to do with anything?
我认为
No, that's close. It's Dufresne. Andy Dufresne. I think he's trying to say the character's name from Shawshank.
在人类抗击新冠肺炎疫情的关键时刻
I'm not really sure who Kwame Shakur is. It may be Tupac's son.
突发事件
Oh, it is. Well, I have one question for you, G-Hole. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell the world what was going on? We could have done something about it. You know we call you a G-Hole, right?
举行这次市委大会
Look, you brought it upon yourself. I can't control your actions, G. We only come up with nicknames for people based on their actions, and you've been a G-Hole. I'm sorry.
具有
You should be, Gio.
十分重要的意义
All right, look, I can't do this anymore. I can't understand him.
人类正在经历第二次世界大战结束以来
I'm not sure I appreciate your tone.
全球
What did you say to me?
新冠肺炎疫情突如其来
Okay, look, I need a translator. I can't freaking do this without a translator. I just can't. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He keeps saying things. It sounds like he's insulting the Trumper.
最严重的
See? That's exactly what he's doing. He just said it, Ziyunda.
公共卫生
He said invasion. They invaded us with coronavirus.
现在已经波及
I'll tell you what, G-Hole, if you ever speak to me like that again, I'm gonna trump you right in the face. Anyway, look, that's about enough for today's episode of the Donald Trump Show. Remember that President G is now President G-Hole. Sleep Sofa Joe is probably taking a nap right now, and I'll see you tomorrow on the next Donald Trump Show. Have a good night.
That is a solid episode, right? President G-hole. He really is a friggin' G-hole. You know what has to happen after 11? You know it. Episode 12. Here we go.
It's Amaral and Jameson live from the studio with episode 12 of the Donald Trump Show. Joe Biden's America. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, and welcome to episode 12 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight we're talking about sleep sofa bumbling Biden. This episode's called How Far Left Can Sleep Sofa Go? Let's take a look.
And I can't thank you enough for all you've done so far, and that's thank you for taking the time for watching today.
You're off to a great start, Joe.
Look, one of the things I think is important, I wish we taught more in our schools about the Islamic faith.
Wait, hold on. So you get rid of God in the school. You can't pray in school, but you want to talk about Islam? Does that make any sense? It doesn't at all, unless you're trying to pander for votes. Oh, look, it's pandering Biden.
And what people don't realize, it's one of my avocation is theology, don't realize is that we all come from the same root here in terms of our fundamental basic beliefs.
The same fundamental beliefs? Are you crazy, Joe? Crazy Joe Biden. Yeah, that's right. We all fundamentally believe the same things. That's right.
So my generic point is...
Everything about Sleep Sofa Joe's generic.
Do we agree that we can redirect some of the funding?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so no more police departments. Sleep Sofa Joe, defunding the police. Look, let's divert some funds. Let's not improve the police. Let's just defund them. Let's go back to cowboys and Indians. How about we go back to the Wild West? Sounds like a good idea, Sleep Sofa. Did you think about this one at all, or are you just reading off of the teleprompter again?
And one of the things that we also need to be doing is fundamentally changing the way, and I've been pushing it for years, changing the way we deal with our prison system.
Okay, this one's classic. Are you guys ready for this?
It should be a rehabilitation system, not a punishment system.
Okay, I think it's time we slam bumbling Biden back onto his sleep sofa.
They started looking at it and found out that this midnight basketball isn't getting them together a bunch of jive folks who are black, white, and Hispanic who live in their city to do, try to see if they can be Michael Jordan.
Because I really can't tell anymore. Was that racist?
They were keeping schools open so gangs come off streets instead of out raping my mother, marauding me.
You know, this is the third or fourth time I've heard Joe speak about his mother in a very weird way. I'm not really sure if he has a thing for Ma, good old Ma.
My daughter will be safer. My wife will be safer. My mother will be safer.
See, there it is again.
And I will be safer. And I will be happy.
It just looks like Joe Biden did things to suit his own needs when he had young kids. Now he's an old man, doesn't even know his name. So he's like, yeah, you know what? Let's talk about Islam in school. And I think I pooped my pants.
And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point. That's the sad truth.
Could I call Liar Liar Pants on Fire? Because Sleep Sofa Joe said it should be a rehabilitation. And he just said there's no way to rehabilitate.
Bobby Rush, member of Congress, said the other day, I'm ashamed that I voted for the 94 crime bill. You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. In fact, I drafted the bill.
Proud of putting people in prison, inner city, all different colors and creeds. And now you want them all to vote for you. You're the one who put them in, Warden. How are you going to answer for that, Warden Biden? Warden Biden, that's a mouthful, really. Imagine bumbling Biden as a warden. All right, I think that's enough for episode 12. Look forward to tomorrow, lucky number 13. It's going to be a big episode. Not sure what yet. It's the Trump Show. See you tomorrow.
Oh, you guys rock. We're at 100. You guys got us to 100 likes. How cool is that? Friday night, 100 likes. This has been a solid show, guys, and we're not done yet. I'm in the middle of building a BeatSeat, and you guys are awesome for sticking around and watching these. I'm going to keep playing them for you. Here's episode 13 of the Donald Trump Show. 13 is my favorite number, as you know, and I was a little nervous about completing this one because the first 12 were so good. I was like, I don't want to mess up number 13. So I took, I think, 2 days to do this one. Or actually, no, I did because I didn't know what to do. And the second day, the clip presented itself. It was the first time Barry showed up to help. Here we go.
It's Hammerl and Jameson with the exclusive Donald Trump with episode 13 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you very much for joining me on episode 13 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight, we're talking about this stupid ad that just came out. Did you see this? Sleep Sofa. That's right. He's sitting with Obama. They're sitting together. Actually, I thought Joe was going to fall asleep a few times, but Obama, I guess he's pretty charismatic. He kept his attention. So let's get to it.
I don't understand his inability to get a sense of what people are going through.
That's very interesting, Joe. I'm wondering if you'll ever be able to get a sentence out without sounding like you're falling asleep.
He just can't relate in any way.
I can't relate. That's funny. I can't relate to your communist leanings, no, Sleep Sofa Joe. That I could not relate to.
One of the things that I have always known about you, Joe, it's the reason why I wanted you to be my vice president and the reason why you were so effective.
Effective? He was effective at smelling young girls' hair and whispering in their ears. But what else did Sleep Sofa Joe do while he was in the White House?
Ways in which presidents motivate people. By doing something really ignobling. Doing something really ignobling.
I believe Joe thinks that ignoble's a good word.
Ignobling. Important, and people go, oh. Or to do something really bad.
Oh, wait, Sleep Sofa, you've got me confused now. Because ignoble means dishonorable, and then you said really good. Or really bad. I'm really confused, Sleep Sofa. I think you're not really sure what the dictionary definition is for ignoble.
This guy has generated a sense out there that people are waking up to, that he ran by deliberately dividing people from the moment he came down that escalator.
Wrong. I've been connecting people to the truth, Sleep Sofa. That you, Obama, and all of your cronies have been taking advantage of this country. You for 44 years. I don't know how that has been possible.
I think people are now going, I don't want my kid growing up that way.
Wait, hold on, Sleepy. So you're telling me kids don't want to grow up winning? Oh, no, they want to be losers like Sleep Sofa Joe. Joe, they all want to be winners, okay? Stop telling people to lose. I shouldn't be surprised, though. Being vice president is like winning the silver medal at the Olympics.
You know what it's like as much as anybody.
What are we talking about now? Falling asleep on camera? Pooping your pants? Just elaborate, Barack.
To be in the White House during a crisis.
Oh, I'm sure you got a lot of great information out of Bobblehead Joe.
You know what it's like to have to...
I just have to ask, why does it take Barack so long to form, like, the simplest of sentences?
Get laws passed through Congress.
You know, I'm really glad you brought that up, Barack, because Sleep Sofa Joe does have some experience drafting the crime bill in 1994 that put a lot of people in jail. Too many to count, I believe.
You know what it's like to deal with foreign leaders.
Barack Obama with another direct hit. How did you do in Ukraine, Joe? That's right. And how about your son, Hunter? Been looking for him. I have a couple of questions. Attorney Bill Barr will be calling him. You may want to let your son know.
You know what it's like and how lonely it can be.
Look, you're probably right, Barack. It must get really lonely for Sleep Sofa Joe, those couple of thoughts running through his head on a daily. It's okay, Joe. Just take a nap.
To make tough decisions where not every decision is going to be perfect, but you got to make them.
You know, Barack, it's kind of hard for Joe to make any decisions at this point.
And to take responsibility for it.
I do have to say I give that to Sleep Sofa. I've heard him say he's going to do a boom, 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 so he does take responsibility for his poopers. Okay, does it or does it not seem like Barack is thinking the same thing?
And the thing I've got confidence in, Joe, is your heart and your character and the fact that you are going to be able to reassemble.
Okay, so wait a second. What is Sleep Sofa, bumbling Biden, going to reassemble? He can't even assemble a sentence. He doesn't remember his name half the time. He said he's Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden. That's stupid.
Reassemble the kind of government that cares about people and brings people together.
Look, I think Joe could bring people together for a nice nap. Okay, but he's not going to accomplish anything except be the Muppet puppet for the left. I have to laugh, though, Barack. You say to help and care for people, but you're the ones who are causing all the problems right now. Anyhow, this was the 13th episode of the Donald Trump Show. We're going to continue to dig deep into the Sleep Sofa and find what's in the cushions. And I'll see you tomorrow at the next Donald Trump Show.
Oh yeah, we're moving along, aren't we, my friends? Let's see. You're still kicking with me. 33. I love you guys. Here we go. Episode 14. This is Nancy Pelosi 2. This is Don't Drink the Nancy Pelosi. And this one is quite interesting. Again, it shows you really an in-depth look at Nancy Pelosi and her character. And notice that word character. I want you to listen to that word in here, okay? Here we go.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio, but we're going to take this to Donald Trump for episode 14 of the Donald Trump Show.
Welcome and thank you for joining me on episode 14 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight we're talking about Pelosi again. That's right. Don't drink the poison. Also, don't eat any food prepared by Pelosi. Everything she touches turns to poison. Anyway, I've got some amazing clips for you today of Pelosi. We're going to see her in action again. She's a terrible human being. Take a look at this one, for example.
Do you think that it is time for Vice President Biden to address this head-on himself?
Now, before we get started, you remember how they treated Trump, right? You remember how they treated Kavanaugh when he was trying to be nominated? They stepped all over the man's life, his dignity, his integrity. But this Pelosi's talking about Sleep Sofa Joe like he's walks on water, really. Take a listen.
Well, I have great sympathy for any women who bring forth an allegation. I'm a big, strong supporter of the Me Too movement. I think it's been made a great contribution to our country.
Oh, well, this is great. So we should have a really great endorsement by Nancy Pelosi to support this Tara Reid with her allegations. Let's hear what Pelosi has to say.
And I do support Joe Biden. I'm satisfied with how he has responded. I know him. I was proud to endorse him on Monday.
So let me get this straight. The reporter asks you what you think about Sleep Sofa Joe being accused of rape, sexual abuse, and you're satisfied? What? This is not right, Nancy, no.
Very proud to endorse him.
Whoa, look, everybody, it's proud Pelosi.
And so I'm satisfied with that.
So let me get this straight, Nancy. Because you put your 37 pounds behind Sleep Sofa Joe, you now no longer believe anybody who accuses Sleep Sofa of wrongdoings because you threw your weight behind Sleep Sofa Joe. I just want to make sure that people know what you stand for. 30, maybe 36 pounds, I don't know.
I mean, he hasn't, to be clear, he hasn't addressed it. His campaign has addressed it, but he has not directly addressed it. Should he directly, publicly address it?
Did you see? She looks like a deer in headlights. Okay, you guys ready for your first spin class with Nancy Pelosi? I hope you brought your mats. Lay them out. Here we go.
You know, it's a matter that he has to deal with, but I am impressed with the people who worked for him at the time saying they absolutely never heard one iota of information about this. Nobody ever brought forth a claim or had anybody else tell them about such a claim.
Oh, that's great, Nancy. Thank goodness that the people that work for Sleep Sofa Joe said they've never heard an iota. Any inkling, you say, of anything that Joe Sleep Sofa Bumbling Biden ever did wrong?
But again, we have an important election at hand.
And there it is. The true colors come out from Pelosi. They don't care what Biden has done wrong. They just want to beat Trumper that bad. Rape, smelling little girls' hair, stealing speeches, whatever. Oh, fake civil rights guy, too, forgot. They'll say whatever they can to undercut the Trump.
One that is, I think, one of the most important ones that we've had. We say that every election, but I think this one is the most crucial.
So crucial that you'll forget about your support for the Me Too movement. You really are Pelosi, Nancy. You know that, right?
And I supported him because he's a person of great values, integrity, authenticity.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing here right now. She said values, integrity, and authenticity. Are you sure you're speaking about Sleep Sofa Joe?
Imagination.
There you go again, Pelosi. Imagination? You're kidding, right? This is Sleep Sofa Joe. He's been in office for 44 years and done absolutely nothing. He can imagine what it would be like to actually accomplish something, I guess.
And a connection to the American people.
You must be kidding, Nancy, right? Sleep Sofa Joe is currently looking for a connection to reality.
He understands the kitchen table issues of America's working families.
Okay, 1 out of 2. He probably knows what a kitchen table is. I'll give him that much.
He's the personification of hope.
Joe Biden is the personification of dope.
And optimism for our country, and I was proud to endorse him. And America needs a person like Joe Biden with his integrity.
Remember that this entire interview took place because Joe Biden was accused of raping a woman. And she's standing by his integrity.
His integrity and his vision for the future.
I'm very confused by this one. Looking into the future, vision. Sleep Sofa Joe has a hard enough time looking into the next hour. Never mind days, weeks, and years ahead. This is not a condition that gets better. It only gets worse. Look, I want to thank you for tuning in to episode 14 of the Donald Trump Show. Pelosi Part 2. You know, she's basically the Crypt Keeper, right? I keep wondering if they're going to do Tales from the Crypt 2. I have the perfect typecast character for you. Her name is Nancy Pelosi. We call her Pelosi. And I'm sure you can find her online under The Devil's Best Friend. I'll see you tomorrow on the next Donald Trump Show.
Oh my goodness, The Devil's Best Friend, Nancy Pelosi. It's about right. Now here's episode 15, which I always forget what's cool about this one until I watch it. And I think it's the one about America First, where Biden steals Trump's campaign. It pretends it's his. Yeah, here we go. Let's see.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio. We're joined by Donald Trump for episode 15 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you for joining me. Episode 15, the Donald Trump Show. Today we go back to bumbling Biden. That's right, Sleeps Over Joe. I got a doozy for you tonight. Check this out.
I mean, we can't ensure our future is made in America with American paying, good paying union jobs here at home.
Okay, wait a minute. I've been saying America first for like 4 years. And I'm called a racist, a xenophobe, etc. But Sleep Sofa Joe says it. And everyone's like, oh my goodness, look, Sleepy Joe. He's a genius. Wow. Honestly, if he doesn't fall asleep on camera, he's going to beat me. But he's going to fall asleep on camera. Just wait for it, people.
Here at home, making it in America.
Bumbler, here at home would be made in America. I think he may have said that because Sleepy Joe also owns a piece of land in the Ukraine.
These are the most critical investments we can make for the long-term health and vitality of both the American economy and the physical health and safety of the American people.
So, Sleepy, you had 44 years in the Senate, 8 years as the vice president, and now when you're not in office, you're taking my ideas and pretending that they're your ideas?
Even if we weren't facing a pandemic and an economic crisis, we should be making these investments anyway.
Look, Sleep Sofa, you could say what you want, but you sound like a bumbling idiot at this point. You were in there for 8 years. Do you want me to keep saying it? I will.
To power a clean energy revolution in this country, we need to modernize America's infrastructure.
That's right. You wouldn't have been able to modernize our infrastructure in the 80s when you were vice president. You were just vice president 4 years ago, moron.
Despite this overwhelming need, this president and the Republican Congress have simply failed to act.
Okay, so critique coming from a guy who's been hiding in his basement since he left office at 16. He was in his basement pre-coronavirus. You know that, right?
10,000s, actually tens of thousands.
How many?
10,000s, actually tens of thousands.
Wow, that's a lot, Joe.
There's no other way of saying it.
Well, for Joe Biden, you're right. There's only one way of saying it. The Sleep Sofa way.
Donald Trump promised a big infrastructure bill when he ran in 2016.
I have massive plans for this country, but the Democrats have not made it easy.
Seems like every few weeks, when he needs a distraction from the latest charges of corruption in his staff or the conviction of high-ranking members of administration and political apparatus, the White House announces, quote, it's Infrastructure Week.
Sleep Sofa, you know, I have to tell you, I think you should just stop running. Because every time you have a gaffe, or every time you say something super racist, the media starts a race war, or they totally flip it. Oh, he raped someone? Let's talk about how much integrity he has.
But he's never delivered.
Way to go, Joe. Let's find the 1 or 2 things I couldn't do in the first 4 years, and let's make a big deal out of it.
He's never really even tried.
I have to say, Sleepy, the Sleep Sofa Joe is hilarious. Partly for the goofy things he says with a straight face, but then look at what he said there. I haven't tried. I don't try. Are you kidding me? I sleep like 3 hours a day. I don't get paid for my job. And I get crapped on all day by you fake news morons. And you say I don't try.
Well, I know how to get it done.
The only thing that Sleep Sofa Joe knows how to get done is putting his head on a pillow and taking a nap. That he can get done every single day, afternoon, night. Look, I've got to go, but I'll see you tomorrow on the next Donald Trump show.
I always realize when I'm listening, I was laughing in the other room while I'm building this BeatSeat. That one makes me laugh every time. The only thing that Sleeps Over Joe could do is put his pillow out on the bed and sleep in it for a full winter. Oh, yes, he's hibernating for the winter. Sleep Poopy Joe. Okay, so guys, we are officially at the episode that's going to get me another copyright strike tonight. And it's not a strike, but it's just like hey, we're going to not let you monetize the show, which is fine. I'll just send a message to the WB, which has actually been really cool with me, and they've been releasing these. They're allowing me to use Dr. Evil, so I thank them for that. I really do. They're awesome. And also when I do my Devil's Advocate bits, they've been letting me swing those through without having to be covered by them. So they're being really cool. I'm hoping that maybe they reach out to me to do a new series, the Austin Powers Dr. Evil series, and I'll just do it over. Because Mike Myers is too older. I don't think he can do it anymore. That's right, baby. We could do it all, baby. But let's see. I want to play you guys episode 16 of The Trump Show, which is one of my favorite episodes. It's the most in-depth episode I created, or one of, for sure. Here we go. Episode 16, Dr. Evil Gates.
Hamill and Jameson introducing episode 16 of the Donald Trump Show, The Gates to Evil.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me on episode 16 of the Donald Trump Show. Today we're talking about Dr. Evil. That's right. Bill Gates, Fauci. They're all in it together. And I think you'll be surprised when you see Vladimir Putin in the mix. And even George Soros. So we're going to get into it now. Let's take a look at the first piece.
Dr. Evil, are you there?
Well, hi, Bill Gates. How are you?
Do you have a second to talk?
Yep, I'm here in the evil lair right now. I heard about all your work on the vaccines. Quite promising. Hold on. Put you on speakerphone. So tell me, what's the latest, Bill?
Look, we have to get our vaccines in order if we want to try to stop the spread of the coronavirus. And consequently, I own all of the patents and I have all of the companies that are actually going to provide the vaccines. And Moderna, you may have heard of, that's actually my company. I'm going to be the one who makes all the money at the end. But we have to do it. It's going to kill a lot of people and it's going to put a lot of more money in my pocket to be the shelf effect where everybody else dies and I get everything. I'm going to try to take over the world is really the plan here.
Look, Bill, that's usually what we do here at Evil Headquarters. I'm frickin' Dr. Evil. Anyway, how could I help?
Well, it looks like I've got everybody lined up and ready for the big reveal. They're all afraid. They're at home quarantined, and they're not sure if it's safe to go outdoors. So they're ready for the takedown.
Yeah, I get it. You want to take over the world.
People are starting to understand that I have an ulterior motive, and it's financially based, it's population reduction based, and they don't like it. And I just want to try to find out how to do it successfully like you did.
I don't have time to give you the ins and outs.
Do you have any tips or suggestions that you can give me?
Well, Bill, fear seems low. I would release the murder hornets.
Well, I really appreciate your advice, Dr. Evil. I know you've gone through this before.
I do take over the world at least once a month.
I think it's very important that we do this the right way.
The right way is the only way.
If we do it correctly from the beginning, then I'm going to be the leader of the world.
Look, Bill, I'm going to be honest with you. What's yours is mine. I'm just going to do it all myself. I already released the murder hornets. Don't open your windows. Frankly, I was shaken by the images. I could not believe it when I had this YouTube video sent to me. These things are going on behind the Trumpers' back. And I don't like it. No. We're going to stop the Dr. Evil. We're going to stop Bill Gates. He's not even a freaking doctor. You know that, right? He's not a doctor. Doesn't even play a doctor on TV. He just pretends. He walks around, puts a stethoscope on, I think, when he's at home. Melinda, look, I've got a stethoscope on. I'm a doctor. No, you're not. You're just a stupid billionaire. Well, look, let's keep going. Let's see what these morons are up to.
Number 2, get me Bill Gates.
Dr. Evil. Bill Gates is on the evil monitor.
Bill, it's Dr. Evil. Oh, hi, Dr. Evil. How are you?
I'm doing great, Bill.
So glad to get you on the line again.
I think it's about time we release our secret weapon. Can you get him on the line, number 2?
Dr. Evil, call on the Evil Monitor.
Dr. Fauci, it's Dr. Evil.
Hello, Dr. Evil.
Look, Fauci, we need you to continue pushing the narrative. If we want them to take the vaccine, they need to be scared.
So we need the public to believe that they're in danger. And the only one who's in control of that right now is Dr. Fauci.
Well, we have to be very careful. We can't let the president know what we're doing. Look, we need to continue to push fear. If we want them to take the vaccine, we're going to have to pretend that they need it.
So I'm going to get onto every network station, and I'm going to continue to push the narrative.
I'm thinking about deploying the murder hornets.
We should probably be searching for a murder hornet vaccine as we speak.
This sounds like a great idea, Dr. Fauci. Get on it, and I'll see you guys soon. Just remember, keep me apprised. Wait, no, hold on, I'm not done.
We're going to have to continue to act stealth with this mission.
One more thing. Don't forget our mantra. We all need vaccines.
That we all need vaccines. And I will eventually take over the world.
See, this is the agenda of the New World Order, run by Bill Gates, President Xi-Hol. They drop a virus, I call it the Fluhan, on the world. They cripple the global economic system. They put everybody in quarantine. They gotta wear a mask. You can't go out without a mask. And everybody's still fine. The death rate's like the frickin' flu. And they say everybody must get a vaccine. Look, I'll tell you what. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I won't be getting a vaccine. You've got an immune system for a reason. You don't need an immunity like a vaccine made by people like Fauci that just are trying to line their pockets with dollar bills, y'all. So take a look at this last clip. Kinda pisses me off. He called me on pocket dial. You'll see, take a look.
Number 2, get me Bill Gates on the Evil Monitor.
Dr. Evil, Bill Gates is on the Evil Monitor.
Well, hi, Dr. Evil. How are you? So glad to speak to you. I'm just here talking to the press right now. Is there something I could do for you?
Oh, Donald, I'm sorry. This is actually a pocket dial. I'm gonna have to call you back.
Okay, Dr. Evil.
Number 2.
That was too freaking close, number 2.
I'm sorry, Dr. Evil. Bill Gates on the Evil Monitor.
Hi, Bill. It's Dr. Evil. How are you? Hi, Dr. Evil. How are you?
I'm good, Bill. Are we still on track to take over the world?
So Dr. Fauci went on the front lines again today and told people they need to do even more extensive social distancing. They need to stay away from each other more. We have to develop the vaccine before too many people die, and then we won't be able to make all of that money.
And what does Fauci have to say about it?
I'm going to try to get Dr. Fauci on right now. Dr. Fauci, are you there?
Bill, how are you?
It's Bill and Dr. Evil, and he's on the Evil Monitor with us.
Dr. Evil. Gentlemen, the fear-mongering's not working. You're going to have to find a different strategy. I'm getting very nervous about this, Dr. Evil. I think I may back out of this entire thing if we don't bring the vaccine to market next week. I'm out.
Take a breath real quick, Dr. Fauci, because we're almost there. All right, we put all the money out there. We have the patents, and we have everybody at home right now. So all you have to do is continue the narrative.
The president is starting to become suspicious of Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, we really need you to come through for us here.
Look, the president is smarter than he pretends to be.
Fauci, failure is not an option here.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I will not take a fall for 2 megalomaniacs.
Okay. I think I've heard enough. Excuse me. Yes, release the murder hornets. Yes, Bill Gates' house and Dr. Fauci's. That's right.
Yep, thank you. Okay, yep, fantastic. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I just can't stand you anymore. Look, I have to thank MAGA lover QAnon 1984 for sharing these 3 videos with me. Oh, wait a second, I'm getting in my ear that we have one more for you. Hold on one moment. Let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is set. Number 2.
Dr. Evil. Vladimir Putin's on the phone.
Dr. Evil, it's Vladimir. We have the news. Well, it's really good to have you on the line, Vladimir. I'm so glad that our plan is working.
Right now is good mission. Is an American run.
Look, all I want you to know, Vladimir, is that we have to put the pressure on. More cities.
They riot in the street. Good.
Now to part 2, our secret weapon. You know who I'm talking about. Let's get him on the line.
Dr. Evil. George Soros is on the line.
George.
Dr. Evil.
What's the deal?
Can I play too?
What you got going on over there? Give us the scoop.
I want to play.
Let me put you on speaker. Yep, here we go. What do you got, George?
I'll put money in as well, and we could take over the solar system.
We have to find a way to stabilize Donald Trump as well.
Bring Trump Walker to me. I will turn him, or I will destroy him.
You know, I have to say, I did not expect to see George Soros turn into Emperor Palpatine. Who knew? Who knew that Emperor Palpatine was really George Soros? Typecast, really. I heard he also played Jabba the Hutt. They didn't really even need to use any makeup. Look, the one thing I'll tell you about Donald J. Trump is I keep my friends close, but I keep my enemies closer. I'm gonna call Dr. Evil right now. That's right. We're gonna have a conversation about all of these videos because I don't like when people come after the Trump. Hold on, people. The phone is ringing. Number 2.
Dr. Evil, there's a call on the Evil monitor. It's Donald Trump.
Thank you, number 2. Hi, Donald. It's Dr. Evil. How are you? Dr. Evil, you're live right now on the Donald Trump show. Oh, really? Okay, hold on one second. Let me put you on speaker. What can I do for you, Donald? You're actually the subject of episode 16 of the Trump show, and I just found 4 videos, quite incriminating. And before I send them to the high courts, I just wanted to see if you have anything you'd like to say. Well, Donald, simply put, I'm freaking Dr. Evil. Look, Dr. Evil, you know, we've had a pretty good working relationship in the past, but that all comes to an end now. Next time you think you could take advantage of the Trumper, just get ready for a steaming pile of rockets all over your face. I'm gonna drop them all over your evil compound, wherever it is. I wish you lots of luck on your search, Donald. We're gonna find you, Dr. Evil. I'm going to find you. Look, Donald, I really don't care how you feel. Sorry. Perhaps if I tell you about the newest technology we're going to use to take you out in your compound, would that interest you, Dr. Evil? No matter what tech you have, Donald, you get... Hello? Donald? Number 2! He hung up again, motherfucker! Oh my goodness, I love that series. It's a mini saga, is what the Dr. Evil series is. I think because we hit it, we might as well go full throttle, and you have to see the finale of the Donald Trump. It's not really Trump on this one, but this is the final Dr. Evil piece that I did. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan. What we're going to do is we're going to continue to push the... Wait, hold on, where are you taking me? I'm trying to give them directions. All right. Okay, here's the plan. If we keep telling people that Donald Trump is bad, they'll believe it. Look, number 2, how are we making out with that narrative?
Amazing, Dr. Evil.
Fantastic. Let's move to part 2. Get him on the line.
Dr. Evil, Vladimir Putin is on the Evil monitor. Dr. Evil, it's Vladimir.
Oh, hi, Vlad. How are you?
Look, with 10 days away from election, if Donald Trump get destroyed in the square.
That's absolutely correct. Our plan is almost complete.
Should we call Xi? We have to find out how vulnerable Joe Biden is. Have speak to President Xi. Perhaps he could tell us if Joe Biden is compromised. What do you think, Dr. Evil?
It's a great idea, Vladimir. Let's call President Xi. Oh, President Xi, it's Dr. Evil.
向大家送上新年的
Number 2, you couldn't get me the subtitled version?
I'm sorry, Dr. Evil.
2019年
I can't even understand him, number 2.
Dr. Evil, I have my earpiece monitoring. He says he's good for final strike.
Honestly, I'm glad to hear that, Vladimir. I was about to send in the murder hornets. Donald Trump may be correct. He could be a Xi-hole.
No, it's very good. If we get this to happen, we get Joe Biden for president.
That would be a great day indeed, Vladimir.
And we could take over.
Just remember who's number 1.
It's going to be big.
Once we dispose of Donald Trump, we could take over the world.
Donald Trump, he had his chance, but we are going to eliminate him.
Eliminating him. Bex, welcome Bex to the mod squad. And Sig, we're not taking away your wrench. What the heck are you talking about? Sig, I told you it's going to be Sig on the streets. But when Sig goes on his journey, it's going to be freaking walkabout, like a freaking Kane from The Legend Continues. It'd be like, where the hell's Sig? He's going to be like, hey, I'm in Mozambique. I'd be like, what's going on over there? It's going to be Sig on the streets. So you got a wrench, Bex. You're a plumber. It needs a whole tool set. That's right. All you got to do now is welcome people when they join the show. Ask them to subscribe to this channel. Say, hey, this guy's live every day of existence. If the world ends in 6 years, 7 months, and 4 days, this guy will have been live that entire time. Yeah. So tune in. Kane. Exactly. Chris knows what the hell I'm talking about. So check this out. We're going to go. I got to get back to building this BeatSeat, guys. I'm throwing you to episode 17, which is Facebook Zucks. It really does. Look, I don't like Zuckerchooch because he censors my program. Right now, we've been live for 3 hours and 44 minutes. Who's friends with me on Facebook? Somebody go over there and tell me how many people have seen that feed. I bet you it's somewhere around 20. 24. I've been live for 691 days in a row, and Mark Zuckerchooch has suppressed this program. So because of that, I had to take him down at the knees. How dare he? Zuckerchooched.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live with episode 17 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you for joining me on episode 17 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight we talk about Facebook and how much it sucks, right? I mean, seriously, Zuckerberg. I gave him every opportunity to do the right thing. But he keeps censoring the conservative point of view. Look, if you're going to censor everybody. Let's take a look at some of these clips and see what's going on out there.
You have previously given testimony to the Congress saying that there is not editorial manipulation that disadvantages conservatives.
So wait, so you're telling me that Mark Zuckerberg told Congress that he does not censor conservative content? That is laughable, really, right?
Just like in the case of Google, there have been whistleblowers from Facebook that not only have offered evidence indicating your testimony was not truthful, but there's even video that suggests that content moderators that you employ are out there disadvantaging conservative content.
You ever seen Mark Zuckerberg sweat before? Watch this.
I'm wondering if you are familiar with the experiences of Zach McElroy and Ryan Hartwig, two people who participated in Facebook content review.
Ah, friend of the Real Talk Show, Ryan Hartwig. Look, if you want to hear the real scoop about Zucks, you should check out the 3 times that Ryan was on the Real Talk Show. Anyway, let's see what else is here.
And what is your response to the very damning video evidence and the testimony from them that the culture that you lead within Facebook is one that disadvantages conservatives and leads to content manipulation?
Now that is a question I would like the answer to.
I'm somewhat familiar with the concerns that they've raised. As I've said, we aim to be a platform for all ideas.
Is Zuckerberg out of his freaking mind? What is he talking about? The last thing that you are is a platform for all ideas.
We got into this because we want to give everyone a voice.
Everybody gets a voice. Unless you disagree with Mark Zuckerberg's political leanings, of course.
I certainly do not want our platforms to be run in a way that has any ideological bias.
An ideological bias? Are you serious? You know you Zuck, right? I mean, you 100% are biased against me. You're biased against anybody who loves America.
And I want people to be able to discuss a range of issues.
A range of issues that you choose, right, Zucks?
When people raise concerns like that, we do look into them to make sure that that everyone in our operation is behaving and upholding the standards that we would like.
So basically you're saying that everything's going to plan.
I know that we have ongoing training in what we do.
I think what we're trying to tell you is that you're training Zucks.
I'm concerned that the content review does reflect the values of the company, but those values don't in fact give everyone a voice. They prejudice against certain content.
Matt Gaetz with the left hook.
It seems disingenuous for you to suggest that these videos come out that are very damning, that show the people that you trust with content moderation admitting on video that they disadvantage conservatives, that they label people who support the president as a way to push down their content and limit the reach of that content.
Just like the way you've been holding down the Real Talk Show. You don't like it when they push the Trumper. Look, you can't stop the Trump.
For you to then come to us many months later after that was all over the news and the internet and say, well, you know, you'll get back to us and you do a little training, it seems to suggest that you don't take these allegations and this evidence very seriously.
Is it me, or does Mark Zuckerberg look like an Antifa guy right now? Look at that look in his eyes. He doesn't like being told what to do.
Would you at least be willing to acknowledge, based on the irrefutable evidence before us that you don't seem to have investigated, that it is possible that at Facebook, your employees do have the power to disadvantage conservative viewpoints, and that they in fact have used that power in ways that we need to root out?
Oh my, Zuckerberg's got his hand in the cookie jar.
Congressman, my testimony in the past and today is about what our principles are as a company and what we try to do.
What you're trying to do is steal an election from Trump.
And when you fire people as a consequence of their politics...
Wait, what?
Do you think that that impacts the culture and perhaps empowers some of the content moderators to also treat people worse as a consequence of their politics?
I'm not aware of any case where we have fired someone on behalf of their politics, and I would say that that would be an inappropriate thing for us to do.
Now, I have it on good authority that they got rid of Ryan for his political leanings as well, but let's listen in to what Matt Gaetz has to say here.
Why did you fire Palmer Luckey?
I can assure you that it was not.
NDA with you, I only have 10 seconds, but Palmer Luckey's NDA with you doesn't allow him to talk to anyone except government officials. I'm a government official. I've seen the messages where you have specifically directed Mr. Luckey to make statements regarding his politics for the benefit of your company.
I'm pretty sure that's a no-no, right?
So I think both in the case of these content moderators and in the case of the testimony you just gave regarding Mr. Lucky and firing people over their politics, there is serious question as to whether or not you're giving truthful testimony here or whether it's lying before Congress. I see my time's expired and I'll yield back.
Bravo! Mr. Gates, you have arrived. I can't believe what I just heard. You took Zucks down. Almost like you're a billionaire. Maybe one day you'll be a billionaire, or at least 120 millionaire like Peloizen. I don't know. Anyway, look, let's see if there's anything else here.
We certainly try to do this in a way that is neutral to all viewpoints. We want to be a platform for all ideas.
Is that Mark Zuckerberg or Mark Zuckerbat? We're a platform for all, for people to have a voice, everyone but Trump.
I don't think you build a social product with the goal of giving people a voice if you don't believe that people being able to express a wide variety of things is ultimately valuable for the world. And we try to make sure that our policies and our operations ultimately reflect and carry that out.
Then how could you ever censor the Trump when you know the world values everything that I say?
In terms of the people setting the policies, I think it is valuable to have people with a diversity of viewpoints involved so we can make sure that we have the different viewpoints represented in the policy development process.
Guys, look, it's Diversity Mark.
And we also consult with a number of outside groups whenever we develop new policies to make sure that we're taking into account all perspectives.
Are you kidding me? That sounds like something that he just made up.
I mean, you said you reach out to outside groups. Can you think of one conservative outside group that you reach out to and use as a content moderator?
I have to say, this guy's fantastic. His line of questioning gets right to the heart of it.
Congressman,
Did you hear that? Yeah, you're caught out, Mark. I'll tell you, this should be the trial of Mark Zuckerberg.
Real quickly, can you briefly explain the approval process for third-party fact checkers and how many fact checkers does Facebook employ?
We work with about 70 fact-checking partners around the world, and the goal of the program is to limit the distribution of viral hoaxes, so things that are clearly false.
So you're not doctors, but you feel you could censor any doctor who talks about success that they're having on coronavirus. I think that's an overstep of your powers there, Zuckerdick.
We don't ourselves want to be in the business of determining what is true and what is false. That feels like an inappropriate role for us to play.
Says the guy who's playing that role. Look, I have a feeling we're going to have a part 2 of Facebook Zucks, so stay tuned. And I'll see you tomorrow on the next Donald Trump show. Have a great night.
That is another freaking awesome episode, isn't it? 31 still kicking it with us, which backwards is my favorite number in the world. 13. I love you guys. Check this out. We're moving forward. This one right here is totally awesome. This is episode 18. And it's basically about election fraud. And I did this months ago. And I just thought it was interesting that everybody was saying there's no such thing. And I found a clip of Jerry Nadler from 2004 that the world should have seen. Check this out.
It's Hammerl and Jameson. We head to the studio live with Donald Trump for episode 18 of The Donald Trump Show.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining me on episode 18 of The Donald Trump Show. Tonight we're going to talk about Nadler. You know, he's basically trying to say there's no such thing as Antifa. He also is pushing the voting by mail. So I thought it'd be interesting for us to dissect an old piece of footage I just came across. So let's check it out.
It's a very tempting point. I just, as a very experienced practical politician from New York.
Well, I'm from New York too, Nibbly Nadler.
I feel constrained to observe that in my experience in New York, paper ballots are extremely susceptible to fraud.
Really? That's not what all of your cohorts are saying. Jerry, they're saying that it will be safe. Everybody can vote by mail. They'll be able to vote for Biden. And whether they're alive or not, their vote will be counted.
paper ballots are extremely susceptible to fraud. Extremely susceptible to fraud. Fraud.
Of course, you know that's just some trick photography there, but we wanted to make sure you understand the point. Nadler believes that paper ballots are extremely susceptible to fraud.
And at least with the old clunky voting machines that we have in New York, the deliberate fraud is way down.
Look, Nadler and I are in agreement on this one. The deliberate fraud is down when you use a machine. So what are we even talking about here? I don't even understand why everyone's fighting me. Oh, that's right, it's because Trump said it.
Compared to paper. When the machines break down and they vote on paper, we've had real problems.
He said it right there. When the machines break down and they use paper, they've had real problems. This is 2004, people. It's not like it's been 50 years and all of a sudden we're doing better. We're doing worse, actually.
So there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. I'm simply observing that as a problem. There's got to be a way of getting the best of our methodologies.
So, Nadler, when did you stop speaking so practically?
In fact, the MIT studies have shown that hand-counted paper ballots are among the most reliable.
Ooh, you've got a fighter there, Nadler.
And at least if there's a miscount, you can discover it. You can't discover miscounts with these
then
machines.
Maybe optical scan with paper. I want a paper trail. I want paper somewhere. But pure paper with no machines, I can show you experience which would make your head spin.
Back then, he could show you experience, make your head spin, but now they're like, hey, let's vote by mail. It's fine. There's no fraud. It's totally fine. We should just do it. Coronavirus, schmoronavirus.
What's happening in Portland right now? That's a myth.
Wait, what's happening in Portland is a myth? I gotta hear more of this one.
That's being spread only in Washington, D.C.
Oh my goodness. It's a myth spread only in Washington, D.C. Holy cow. Tell us more about this myth, Nadler.
About Antifa in Portland? Yes. Sir, there's videos everywhere online. There's fires and riots. They're throwing fireworks at federal officers. DHS is there.
Nadler the numbskull. Look, he probably thinks that they're shooting a motion picture film right now, and it's all a myth. Could be, maybe. You ever seen Argo?
Look online. It gets crazy, Mr. Nadler.
Jerry Nadler, living in denial, really. You can't save a soul like Jerry Nadler. He's a bad guy. Oh, yeah, look, we can't have paper ballots because they're bad news. There's fraud. But then as soon as his candidate is going to get demolished in the square by Donald J. Trump, oh, look, we should have some paper ballots. They're fine. There's no problems. Trump's crazy. Jerry No Good Nadler, really. Look, I'll see you tomorrow in the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
Oh, yeah. So, guys, we're about to kick it into another gear here. This is episode 19 of the Donald Trump Show. This is called Biden Behind Bars. This is what should have led to MC Sleep Sofa Napper Joe Poopy Pants Biden not only losing by a freaking landslide, which he did, if this wasn't stolen, spent the year in a basement, groundhog. Anyway, he came out just to tell us there's a race war. But episode 19, I did this in June. I saw someone who's got a huge channel showing this off like a week and a half before the election. And they did an okay job showing it off. But if the world had seen this prior to the election, check it out.
Hammerlin Jameson introducing the President of the United States for episode 19 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me on episode 19 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight, we talk about bumbling Biden again. Did you hear about it? In Ukraine, he's now being brought up on charges. About time. Let's take a closer look.
Democrat presidential candidate and former Vice President Joe Biden finds himself in more hot water this week.
You know, when Sleep Sofa Joe goes in the hot water, the kids like to run their hands up and down his legs and watch the white hairs rise up and down in the water. He loves it when the kids play on his lap. He loves kids on his lap.
Just confirmed, a Ukrainian court ordered Joe Biden to be formally listed in a criminal case.
Ooh, formally listed? What does that mean? Let's get to the bottom of it.
The crime? The alleged firing of Ukraine's former prosecutor general, Viktor Shokin.
Oh, the old quid pro quo routine.
In exchange for dropping an investigation into Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Is it me, or does Hunter Biden look just like Skeet Ulrich?
Biden and the company for which he was a board member, Burisma Oil. Shokin formally called for an investigation into his firing back in February of 2020.
Interesting timing. Right after the fake impeachment. Right when coronavirus made its way to our shores. Look, I'm not saying that the Ukraine is involved with coronavirus, but it just seems like they're trying to stonewall any investigation into Sleep Sofa Joe, but he's involved in something nefarious here with his son.
Claiming the Ukrainian government at the time relieved Shokin of his post in exchange for $1 billion in loan guarantees promised by Biden.
It's not looking good for the Sleep Sofa. I'm wondering if he could bumble his way out of this one.
A bribe Biden himself admitted to doing.
What? The Democratic candidate for President of the United States bribed somebody? I've got to see this one.
The prosecutor's not fired. You're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired.
So let me get this straight, Sleep Sofa Joe. You and your son decided to hold the Ukrainian people hostage while you had them drop an inquiry into your son, Hunter Skeet Ulrich. I think he's Skeet Ulrich. I don't think it's really Hunter. I'm just saying.
But at the time Shokin called for this case back in February, the courts listed one of the defendants as an unnamed American.
That's actually interesting because Sleep Sofa Joe forgets his name all the time.
An individual widely understood to be Joe Biden, Obama's Ukraine point man.
Two things that surprised me. First of all, that Obama picked Biden as his VP, and that he'd have him be point man on anything. Besides feather count on the pillow he uses at the White House.
But Biden was never formally named.
This can't be good for Sleep Sofa Joe right before the Democratic convention. He's going to have a scandal.
Now, the courts have ruled it is improper to conceal Biden's name and that there is sufficient evidence to proceed with an investigation.
You know, I said a while back, why isn't anybody looking into Hunter? And everybody gave me a hard time. Look, nobody asks Joe Biden the tough questions because he doesn't remember the answers.
The ruling cannot be appealed.
Perhaps Sleep Sofa, if he took a nap, maybe he'd be able to retain more information.
Another key development in this story is the release of a series of telephone conversations that has garnered major questions.
Ooh, telephone calls. I wonder if it's like Jerky Boys. It's Saul Rosenberg.
Andrei Derkach, a member of parliament in Ukraine, in a press conference Tuesday released what he says appear to be voice recordings of then Secretary of State John Kerry, Vice President Joe Biden, and then President of Ukraine, Poroshenko.
Well, unfortunately, we're not able to hear what Catherine Zeta-Jones has to say in the interview. And it looks like, she's interviewing the guy who bangs Stifler's mom. You know, from the American Pie movie.
Poroshenko, discussing the Burisma case and discussing the removal of Viktor Shokin.
Look, somebody's going to have to find that leaked audio for me. I can't wait to listen in. I love good content. especially when it's John Kerry and Joe Sleep Sofa bumbling Biden speaking with Poroshenko.
Neither Kerry, Biden, nor Poroshenko have affirmed the verity of these recordings.
Of course they don't. They've got doggy doo-doo on their loafers.
The recordings appear to have been leaked from government officials and whistleblowers, but are currently being verified.
Well, Sleep Sofa would like to verify that he doesn't have a poopadoop in his pants.
Ukrainian President Zelensky,
the owner of the largest car manufacturer company in the movie Tommy Boy.
President Zelensky stated he anticipates more developments over the course of the summer and says the case could qualify as high treason.
High treason? For the bumbler? Maybe that's why he's been pretending that he's going senile. He just makes things up because they're going to unmask him. Now they have, and he can say, look, I don't freaking remember. I don't remember my name, really.
Candidate Biden has yet to respond to this latest development.
Well, that's because Biden can't do anything but read off of a teleprompter. Look, I think that's probably enough for episode 19 of the Donald Trump Show. Bumbling. So make sure you subscribe, ding that bell. I'll see you tomorrow, the next Donald Trump Show. Have a good night.
Hunter Biden, Skeet Ulrich. I just want to know, guys, which Scream movie did you like him in most? Which Scream? Because the Scream I liked him in most was probably Scream 1. Because I think he died after Scream 1. Sig! Oh my goodness. Sig just donated 113 ice creams on DLive. You're unbelievable, buddy. That's the same as donating a Ninjagini. Right? Yeah, you could have donated a Ninjagini, dude. Oh, you're unbelievable. 113, which is my favorite number. I love you, Sig. You're so amazing. Sig is one of the guiding lights of this show. You know, and this is what I was saying. Let me go back to our stream here. This is what I was saying earlier, that you guys are becoming the arms and the mouthpieces of the show, because it is growing. And I understand that it's growing because of you. And I said earlier today, because I did 2 hours earlier today, it was supposed to be a real estate show. Maybe it was an hour and a half. What did we do? 2 hours? Whatever it was. But I said this, I really want every single person that's watching to interact, to go into the chat and say, what's up? Because today we had a call-in. Great call-in. Talking about chemtrails, all these crazy things that I don't typically speak about, but I loved talking about it. We had a nice half-hour conversation. And I said, so what's your name on the chat? He said, you know, I haven't gotten into the chat at all. I just watch. I've been watching for about 3 weeks. And I said, that's amazing that people are watching and just hanging back. But I'd love everybody to tune in and say something, because I want to interact with you. Hey, Kev, how are you, buddy? I want to interact with you, and I want you guys to know that you're loved by this show. That's important to me. I spent 608 days broadcasting to roughly 2 to 6 people. If I was lucky, 6 people. And the whole time I was just pouring light out at every single soul on this planet. They just didn't know I was sending them love. And even though they didn't know it, I think that they were getting a piece of something that was helping them keep it together. And just getting to the point where you're here with me is important. And you need to know you're important. So, let's keep this ball rolling. Playing you episode 20, which is a fire episode as well. This is about, let's see. I forget what this is. I think this may be Kamala Chameleon. Yeah, here we go.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio. We head to Donald Trump for episode 20 of the Donald Trump Show, Kamala Chameleon. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 20 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. Today we're talking about Kamala Chameleon. The good, the bad, and the ugly with Kamala Toe. Kamala Chameleon, really. We might as well go through it.
Oh no, I just did something there. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. That was weird. I've been pushing pause every time, or the mute button the whole time. All of a sudden, it gave me a problem.
Let's see.
That in fact was abusing people's rights.
Hold on, let me just go back a little. Here we go.
The good, the bad, and the ugly with Kamala Toe. Kamala Chameleon, really. We might as well go through it because she's running for vice president. So let's see what we got.
She also is in a situation where she had a police department when she was there.
Here comes a great Joe Biden moment.
That in fact...
Wait, check this out. How many times can he say in fact in like a 3-second period? Let's see.
That in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she in fact was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you in fact have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information that would exculpate your client. She didn't do that. She never did it.
The sleeve's over. I'm not really sure what exculpate means, but I'm pretty sure you said, in fact, about 4 times in, I think it was 4 seconds. So good for you. I think what it is sleeps over. He always leans on the words, in fact, when he can't think of what to say next. It's kind of like when I say, nobody's ever seen anything like this before.
We're reforming a criminal justice system and cleaning up the consequences of the bills that you passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades.
Did you see Sleeps Over Joe? He looked away like he's embarrassed. Perhaps because he's been doing this for 50 years and when people bring up his actual record, he gets embarrassed because it's all bad. He always talks about build back better. You had 8 years in office right before me, and you built nothing but a really good pillowcase for yourself while you sleep. Look, sleep's over. I don't think you need to be president just so you could nap in the Oval. How about not?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system.
Are you talking about the Joe Biden crime bill?
That is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today.
Oh, you are. You know, he's very proud of that, putting all those people in jail. It's what Joe Biden, it's his legacy, really.
Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record.
Hold on, let me get my popcorn, and let's see what Tulsi has to say about Kamala Chameleon.
There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
That's what I was talking about. Her favorite movie is Friday, and she pretends that she doesn't like the pot. Look, it's very important that you understand that Kamala Harris put a lot of people in jail for petty crime. I said it yesterday, people smoking pot on the corners. And she put them in jail for like 10 years. They're just smoking a little weed.
She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so.
Wait, hold on a second. So she kept somebody on death row. She wanted them to do an album with Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. Look, I understand Death Row Records was a big deal for a while, but she shouldn't have held him down.
She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California.
Well, that seems like a no-no.
And she fought to keep cash bail
Congresswoman.
system in place. That impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
I guess Biden and Kamala are actually a perfect combo. They're both vicious. They both don't care about the people. They just want to put people in jail.
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not.
See? Exactly like Sleeps Over Joe. In the position to make a difference, to help people, and did nothing. It's the story of Joe Biden's life. He's writing a book. It's coming out on Amazon. It will be in last place, just like him.
And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that.
Wait, she held evidence and kept people in jail? And you want her to be vice president? I guess it's kind of like the Obama administration.
And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Joe Biden's the one who owes the world an apology for forgetting his name all the time, for saying he's Joe Biden's husband, Joe Biden, and for choosing Kamala Chameleon. This is the one candidate who said she doesn't believe Joe. She believes the Me Too women. She believes them who said that Sleeps Over Joe did some bad things. And she said, I believe them. And he chose her to be his vice president. Look, this has been a very eventful Donald Trump show. 20 episodes in. I wonder what we'll do next. I'll see you tomorrow for the next Donald Trump show.
I'll tell you what we do next. We go after Miguel Obama. So this is the day I saw the Joan Rivers clip where she's going up the steps and someone says, Joan, you look fabulous today. Tell us, when do you think we're going to have the first gay president? And she goes, well, we already have Barack Obama. And they go, what? And she goes, oh, come on, everybody knows. And Michelle's a trans. And they go, what? And she goes, it's okay. It's okay. Everybody's fine with it. We all know. And I'm like, whoa. She died like 2 weeks later. So I saw that, and then I see these two additional clips where Barry's up on stage, and he's like, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight. Michael and I really appreciate your service. And he said, Michael and I. And when he did that, Sleeps Over Joe's looking down at the pamphlet, and he goes, like that. And then he just kind of like looked back down. But he immediately snapped his head up when he heard it. He goes, Michael and I. And he looks up. Then the next one is they're walking through, he's with Bear Grylls. He's walking in some sort of fields in like Ireland. I don't freaking know where. It looked like it. And all of a sudden he goes, Michael, Michelle. He goes, Michelle. So he started saying Michael. It's a little weird. And then you see those shoulder blades and you're like, there's something going down over there next to other women. It looks like, do you remember there was a game called Altered Beast when we were kids, Genesis? And there was this one thing that would like come down at you like this with these huge like lats or whatever the hell, like it'd be like, and it had like this big neck and the crazy hair, like Medusa hair. Yeah, I'm holding this because for the BeatSeat. And that's what she reminds me of, is Altered Beast. I can't believe I just remembered Altered Beast. Anyway, guys, my mind is insane sometimes, the things I remember, like that, Altered Beast, Sega, Genesis, really? I didn't even own the game. My friend did. I always wanted the game. Maybe that's why I remember it. Michael is an Altered Beast, yep. Canadian, he knows what I'm talking about. So, guys, here we go. This is an official episode. It's called Laces Out. That's right. Awakening knows. Awakening, do you remember Altered Beast? So check this out. Episode 21 of the Donald Trump Show is one of the coolest episodes because just wait to the end when you see what Miguel says, what she does, and how Sleepy Poopy Pants reacts. I know you guys are with me late. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. Been on for 4 hours and roughly 20 minutes. Good time if anybody's looking to hang out. And we're still going. I got a BeatSeat to finish. I'm just about to glue it up. And this one is it's a good enough length here. I can get it probably done. So we'll see. Anyway, here we go. I hope you enjoy it. See you in a minute.
It's Amaryl and Jameson live with episode 21 of the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump.
Thank you for joining me on episode 21 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight we're going to talk about Sleeps Over Joe, but we're also talking about Michelle Obama. Not sure if you saw her speech, so we're going to go over a little bit of it. But also, I found an oldie but a goodie. We're going to get into it. Let's see what we got.
Welcome to Kingswood Community Center.
Is Sleep Sofa trying to do his best Clint Eastwood or what? He's looking like all into the distance like, make my day, dirtbag.
Actually, that's the one down I used to work. As a joke. You didn't know where we were anyway.
The truth comes out. Bumbling Biden. Did you hear him? He said every time he gaffes, he says, that's a joke. We know you're a joke, Sleep Sofa Joe. But you really have no idea where you are, do you? Where are you? What state are you in right now?
And here at home, as George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and a never-ending list of innocent people of color continue to be murdered.
Miguel, I agree with you. Any innocent people should not be getting murdered by cops. But let's be honest, George Floyd, he's a 5-time criminal on his way to being 6th. And unfortunately, that bad cop, yeah, he was maybe racist, I don't know, but he's a bad cop. Terrible cop. He should be in jail forever. And he murdered him. So, but no, that was horrible. But anybody who's murdered, but don't say countless. I think it was 13 last year. What's countless is all of the little boys, girls, adults, all of the people that are dying constantly that are not part of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Stating the simple fact that a Black Life Matters is still met with derision from the nation's highest office.
Look, I love Black lives, Michelle.
What we get instead is chaos, division, and a total and utter lack of empathy.
You see this? It's like I should write down what she's saying, and then you could write Antifa on top, and you'd say, that's what's going on right now.
They see an entitlement that says only certain people belong here.
What is she talking about, Bushwood Country Club?
That greed is good and winning is everything, because as long as you come out on top.
Says the former First Lady of the United States, living in a $12.5 million house in Martha's Vineyard.
It doesn't matter what happens to everyone else.
Why did you and your husband, because you want to all of a sudden take credit for him, why did you cut off funding to the historic black colleges and universities? I refunded them, by the way. You ever heard of the Terraform Act, Michelle? Well, your husband didn't. I released 4,400 criminals who really were, it was like minor offenses, and 97% of them were black. Why didn't you do that, Miguel?
They see our leaders labeling fellow citizens enemies of the state.
You know, I'm looking into the Snowden case because you declared him an enemy of the state for just telling the people what you were doing behind their backs. It just goes to show that you didn't just spy on the Trump campaign, you spied on every single human being in the United States of America. Good job. Very good for me. You're going down. So all I gotta say, hashtag Obamagate. Hashtag Shadowgate, really.
while emboldening torch-bearing white supremacists.
You know, this would have been the perfect time for her to bring up the wild people in the streets. They're burning buildings, they're beating people up in the streets, they're murdering each other, the criminals in all the democratic cities. And she doesn't bring it up. She talks about white supremacists. Where the hell is that going on? We're talking about rioting in the streets. It's all of your people, Michele.
They watch in horror as children are torn from their families and thrown into cages.
Are you kidding me? We're talking about the cages that your husband built. Look at this, right on national television. She's lying to the people. Your husband is the one who built the cages and used them first. I don't even know how much we use them, but I know your husband built them.
And pepper spray and rubber bullets are used on peaceful protesters for a photo op.
Why would I not take a photo op with a Bible in my hand? It's a total baller move. Look, they shouldn't have been throwing glass bottles and water bottles that are frozen at the police officers, so they got what they deserved.
Sadly, this is the America that is on display for the next generation.
Unfortunately, what's on display for the next generation is a psyop that your husband created, and you guys continue to foster fake news. Yes, that's right. You guys created it for Trump, and I'm just destroying it against you because you all of you are fake news.
I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day. Harvey.
What?
This is possible because of Harvey. He is a wonderful human being, a good friend, and just a powerhouse.
Are you kidding me? Harvey Weinstein? Oh my goodness. But well, you are one heck of a judge of character, I have to say. Big league.
And the fact that he and his team took the time to make this happen for all of you should say something not about me or about this place, but about you.
Actually, it says a lot about you, Michele. But look, let's see, do we have anything else, or is that it?
By the way, we're going to have, if I get elected president, free college education for 4 years of college, flat out.
Are you kidding me? And we're talking about Sleeps Over Joe, or is that Bernie Sanders? Free college? How are we going to do? Let's just write checks for everybody and give them college for free. This is hilarious. Look, I got to tell you, we got to get these people out of here. Look, I'll see you guys on the next episode of The Donald Trump Show.
All right, guys, now we go into uncharted territory, which is episode 600 in a row. This is where we are right now. Episode 22. Which is insane. This is where I do about 14 voices. David, thank you so much, brother. Just wait, buddy. This is when we really we kick this thing to a whole new level right here. Check this out. I hope you enjoy this.
It's Hammerlin Jameson with episode 22 of the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the 600th episode of the MARKPIRES Real Talk Show. It's been quite a journey, I have to say. He's done a lot of face swaps. He's done a lot of different shows about the Trumper. But on top of that, he's got some episodes of the Trump Show that are pretty good. Making fun of Pelosi, Sleeps Over Joe. You know, we're calling him Joey Futon now as well. He's a futon. You can get futons or sleepsovers when you stop by Sleeps Over Joe's warehouse. Comes in 7 fabrics and sizes. The Senator, it's a lumpy mess. Just like the sleepsover, really. Look, I've got a few people that want to say happy 600th day to Mark, so let's get into it and see who we got. Number 2. It's been 600 days, and he's still alive.
No matter what we try, Dr. Evil, he keeps broadcasting.
But Dr. Evil, he did not follow our projections. Silence! Enough of this insolence.
Everybody gather around. Look, I've got a plan. If we can just... Wait, no, hold on. Where are you taking me? Wait, let me go back because I'm trying to share my plan with them. Okay, let's send in the murder hornets.
Are you kidding me? Dr. Evil called? Look, I'm kind of pissed at Dr. Evil right now. Pocket dialed me last time, and I think he's working with Fauci and Bill Gates. That's right, Evil Gates. Anyway, that's another story. What else we got?
Yeah, I got one for you. It's Mark Pires' 600th day in a row. And I called Artie to see if he wants to say anything. Hey, Artie.
Yeah, I'll say hi.
600 days. That's freaking crazy. Congratulations.
You know, I don't know about you, but I miss that tag team duo. Seriously, Norm Macdonald and Artie Lang? That's a match made in heaven. I'm wondering if God had that plan. Look, if we put these two together, they're going to make magic happen. Anyway, what else we have?
Hi, Mark. It's Mark Zuckerberg. Look, congratulations on 600 shows, but I'm going to continue to block your show because I don't like your content. Maybe if you didn't talk about Donald Trump, I wouldn't suppress your program. But I zuck.
So wait, let me get this straight. So you censor the Real Talk program, and then you're going to call and say congratulations? Oh, congratulations, Mark, for broadcasting and me blocking you every single time. You're doing great at getting it nowhere. Anyway, what else we got?
My name is Chuck Schumer. I'm here to talk about Sleep Sofa Joe and Mark Pires, 600 days in a row. It's pretty impressive if it was not Mark Pires. If it was a Joe Biden or a Democrat, I would really think it's great.
I gotta tell you, I almost hate this guy as much as Pelosi. All right, who's next?
I just wanted to wish Mark Pires a happy 600 days. That's a lot of days in a row. And we've been working on the coronavirus vaccine for like 20 years now. So I know what he's going through. But it's quite an effort. And I'm hoping that he can get people to take our vaccine.
Look, we all know you're trying to vaccinate the world, Bill. And I just want to strap you down and give you the first dose.
Well, hi, Mark. It's Sleep Sofa Joe Biden. I know you've been calling me Joey Futon, but look, I plan on beating Donald Trump in November. The fact is, I got an earpiece in. They're telling me everything to say. And if I don't say it right, I got the teleprompter as a backup. My Aunt Judy told me I could be a heck of a president, Mark. So I'm counting on you for your vote. Gotta beat Donald Trump, and we need the Real Talk show.
Normally I'd be like, that's cool, but it sleeps over Joe, and I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't fall asleep, Mark, during his little speech there. But there's still time between now and November for Sleep Sofa Joe to fall asleep on his futon. That's right, Joey Futon. What do we got next?
Hey, Mark, it's Al Pacino. Just want to wish you happy 600.
Not many people cooler than Al Pacino. You know, I'd love to get a cappuccino with Al Pacino. Maybe a Dunkachino with Al Pacino. I don't know.
My name is Andrew Cuomo. I've been here doing this Real Talk program a few times now. It's 600 days. You know, I was on here last at 500 days. I said this guy's going to go over. There's no way he's not doing under 1,000. Okay? But look, COVID's serious. If you need some PPE, you can send them to New York, and I'll put them in the nursing homes. Look, I gotta go, but happy 600, Mark.
Freaking Cuomo, right? Unbelievable. How's your Cuomo doing? Andrew, I'm pretty sure Mark does not want to hear from Cuomo. But you have a really nice Cuomo, much better than mine. Guys, what's up? Gary V. Look, 600 days in a row, Mark Pires, Real Talk. I can't believe it. This guy's on fire. He's going to go all the way to maybe 15,000 days. And look, I just got to tell you, nobody else has got that. Nobody else is doing it. So crushing it. 600 days, crushing it. I think this guy's going to go until the sun burns out. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Those are some kind words for the Real Talk show from Gary V. Gary Vaynerchuk, I'm not sure If you don't know Gary V, then you must not be on social media. He's a good guy. He's rising up. Anyway, 600 days in a row is a big deal, and Gary V believes it. What else we got? Anything else here?
Mark, I just heard the news. 600 days in a row. I can't believe it. Last time we talked, it was 500 days, and you just go. You like the Energizer Bunny. Oh, no. I did. I told you back then at 500, put your head down. Just go, man. No one can stop the bright light within. 600 is nothing. Look, Mark, go until the stars burn out.
We actually found somebody cooler than Al Pacino. Christopher Walken's the man. Do you ever see him in Dead Zone? It touches things, and he can see the future. I wish Trump could do that for November. Find out who's going to win. Me or Sleep Sofa Joe. Look, remember, you can sleep on the sleep sofa all you want. You also may find some change in the cushions in the sleep sofa if you're looking around for some spare change. That's all Sleep Sofa Joe has, is kind of like loose memories. And also he takes naps on his Joey futon. That's right. I'll see you guys on the next Donald Trump show, but 600 days of real talk. Looking forward to hitting 700, 800, all the way to 1,000. And then we go and put our foot on the gas. That's right, people. We're just getting started. It's going to take time, people, but we're going to win big league. Have a good night.
Woo! All right, guys, we're kicking forward because I got glue that needs to be. I gotta get this side panel on the BeatSeat. Here we go. Episode 23 is when Sleepy Poopy Pants falls asleep on camera. It's I'll tell you about it after. Here we go.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio. We bring you the Donald Trump for episode 23 of the Donald Trump Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me on episode 23 of the Donald Trump Show. This evening we're going to look at Sleep Sofa Joe, bumbling Biden. You know, we call him Joey Futon as well. But I have a doozy of a clip for you. I've been telling you for months now that Joe Sleeps Over Biden is going to fall asleep on camera. Well, I have the footage now. And I'm going to show you how sleepy the Sleep Sofa really is.
Joining us live this morning from New York. Hey, good morning.
I told you he would fall asleep on camera. It was only a matter of time, really. Sleep Sofa, wake up.
Wake up.
I can't believe this. And she's just kind of like trying to play it off. Do you see that? Sleep Sofa Joe, the gift that keeps on giving. That's right, we call him Bumbling Biden, we call him Joey Futon, and now we call him Sleep on Camera Joe. Let's see how this goes. Check this out.
Wake up, wake up.
Look, I think he's snoring. Is that what's going on?
Okay, this is your wake-up call, Harry. There's nothing.
Yeah, he's snoring. I can't believe it. Anybody have a blowhorn? Maybe you could get like a 78 Camaro outside to blow the horn and wake the Sleep Sofa up. I think he just really got comfortable on his Joey Futon is what happened there.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Imagine having to sleep next to that snorer. It's like me having to sleep next to Melania. I've been very vocal about how loud Melania is at nighttime when she sleeps. She sounds like a rhino.
Yeah, he's meditating.
Look at this typical fake news. He's meditating? That's a good line. You know, for a while, I thought that Sleep Sofa Joe had mastered the technique of sleeping with his eyes open. But after hearing that snore, there's no way any human being could pretend to sleep with their eyes open and not sound like a train going through Chattanooga.
He's taking a little nap.
He's taking a little nap. That's right. It's his favorite thing to do. You know, some people have like a list of things they want to accomplish every day, but Sleep Sofa tries to figure out how many naps he could get in a day. It's kind of a weird thing. He's already penciling one in for 10 minutes from now.
Taking a little nap.
I can't believe it. Trumper, I guess I must be like Nostradamus or something. Because I called it. I said, look, between now and November, he's going to fall asleep on camera. It had happened today. And every day, really, he's always sleeping. It just you happen to catch it this time live on television. Look, it's important that you understand that the Trumper is always right. And I'm also a psychic because I knew Sleep Sofa Joe would fall asleep on his Joey futon while he's being interviewed by a young lady. It must have been too early in the morning for old Sleepy. But, you know, look, it happens from time to time. But look, I've got to get going now. I will see you tomorrow with the next Donald Trump show.
All right. Oh, you guys were listening to me. Sorry, you're listening to me shoot nails into that BeatSeat. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that. So that was obviously not real. It was a fake. I was duped. I thought it was real. And so check this out. The next day we did this.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump with episode 24 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me on episode 24 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, tonight we're talking about bumbling Biden, Sleep Sofa Joe. Some people call him Joey Futon. And we had a fake video of him falling asleep on camera. I've got to tell you, it looked real. Because he sleeps all the time, I thought. He absolutely fell asleep on camera. We're going to take a look at some clips of the Sleep Sofa. Can you press the VCR? Let's go.
COVID has taken this year, just since the outbreak, it's taken more than 100 years.
It's taken 100 years? What the hell is Sleep Sofa Joe talking about? Look, coronavirus has already taken 100 years.
Look, here's the lives. When you think about it.
Look, everybody, it's bumbling Biden. He decided to pop his head out of the hole. It's Groundhog Day. Oh, 6 more weeks of race wars, apparently.
More lives this year than any other year.
Look, I understand that Sleep Sofa has taken over a ton of Bernie's policies, but what's with trying to look like Larry David? Is he trying to become Bernie? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
More than 180,000 lives in just 6 months.
Oh, so now Trump is responsible for the comorbidities of the United States. I didn't realize that, Sleep Sofa Joe. You know, there was roughly 10,000 people that died from COVID alone. The rest had 2+ comorbidities. We have a lot of problems here, Sleep Sofa. In office for 47 years, and everybody got unhealthy on your watch.
An average of 1,000 people dying every day in the month of August.
And there he goes again. Sleepy, I've got the numbers right here. It wasn't 1,000 a day. I mean, let's just do simple math. I know you're good at simple things, but we had 120,000 deaths in the first 1 million cases. And we're up to like 183, I think. And that's 63 more. Over 6 million more cases. So where do you get your math, Sleep Sofa?
You really feel safer under Donald Trump?
So let's get this straight. I keep offering assistance to all of these Democrat cities. They send me very upsetting letters. They made me cry, really. Maybe if you came out against the violence that your lefties are doing there, Sleepy, then we would be able to have a conversation.
Mr. Trump.
It's Mr. President to you. You want me to call you Mr. Magoo?
You want to talk about fear?
Let's talk fear, Sleepy. Mr. Dramatic Pause. Or did you just forget your train of thought again?
Do you know what people are afraid of in America?
That somehow a sleep sofa will become president and his vice president will push him down the steps in order to become president.
Afraid they're going to get COVID.
You're right, Sleep Sofa Joe. They're afraid they're going to get a virus that 99.6% of the people survive from. They're more afraid of getting you as president, really.
They're afraid they're going to get sick and die.
You know, Sleepy, you're right. People don't get sick and die when Joe Biden is president. Nobody died when Barack and Biden were president. Remember that, people?
And that is in no small part because of you.
Hey, Sleepy, what happened at the beginning of all this when I decided to close the borders to China? And you said, he's a xenophobe, he's a racist, we should impeach him. And what happened there? I think we'd have a lot more dead people, so why don't you go back into your cave and take a nap? And I'll see you on the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
All right, so guys, now is when we hit a home run. There's 27 still, so I love you guys. We're about to pop this thing off. King Kong is in the house, my bud. How are you? Yeah, King Kong knows it should be, hopefully. I asked to clear it out from yesterday, but I said that we can't. If we get all the way to 30, I don't think we're going to get to 34 tonight. It's 3:30 in the morning, but I'm still building the BeatSeat, so I'm going to keep going. Here is one of my favorite episodes, where we smash Robert De Niro right in his kisser. Yeah, he deserves it. That squinchy face he makes. Yeah, go eat a lemon, buddy. You're about to. Here we go. Episode 25. Gaslighting in American Election.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio with the final episode of the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me on the final episode of the Donald Trump Show. That's right. We're wrapping it up. People don't like all of the episodes on the sleep sofa. Look, let's be honest, he's such a bad candidate that they have to try to distract you with all kinds of fake news. Like the newest, did you see? We destroyed them with our RNC. The numbers start going belly up. So now they're trying to spin the narrative. So wait, let me get this straight. The Trump supporters are the ones who are rioting in the streets? Why don't we take a look a little closer and see what's really going on?
I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Sleep Sofa, you just failed the test.
My physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. My mental fitness.
Wow, tongue-tied, bumbling Biden. Welcome to the show.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
There she is, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, how is that hairdo? No mask, huh? Oh, but no one's above the law. But you, huh, Nancy Pelosi? Look, let's get the gaslighting going. Here we go.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
When did Glenn Beck turn into such a chooch? I know, it's not really him, but that squarehead sure looks like him.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Wait a minute, but didn't you say the Trumpers were the ones out on the streets? Who's lying now? Oliver and Cox?
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Well, it's called the First Amendment of the United States, Chris Cuomo. You should probably read it sometime.
Do something about
about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
Wow, super classy. You should do something about that face. You've got RBF. Resting bee face. That's right.
When they go low, we kick.
See, behind closed doors, it's not when they go low, we go high. It's when they go low, we kick them. They've been kicking the hell out of the Trumper since I came down the escalator, really.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
I mean, news reporters threatening violence. Guys, are you paying attention?
Biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
Now this one's hilarious. Don Lemonhead. Are you kidding me? All of the rioting on the streets is your left-wing Antifa scumbags. Let's think about this logically. For the last 90 days, the press has been saying, oh, peaceful protests. They wouldn't have done that if it was for Trumper.
Thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers.
Look, there's a gaslight right there. I never said all Mexicans were rapists and murderers. Just that they're sending a lot of them. Guess what, though? Sleepy said very similar things in 2006.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Robert De Niro, the most overrated actor in the 20th century. I mean, look, I get it. The one character you played in Raging Bull, and you think, like, you could continue the same guy? Look, you're terrible in everything else. The same character over and over and over. Let's squint our eyes and talk the same. So I'm not really putting too much stock in Bobby De Niro.
I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
You see that? Sleep Sofa Joe is the one who's behind all of the gaslighting. Sleep Sofa, bumbling Biden. He wants to fight me behind the school. Look, let's go, Sleepy.
Very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
I just had to watch that again. Oh my goodness, he's such a marble-mouthed, muffin-headed bumbler. Sleeping on his sleep sofa, a little Joey futon.
Punch some people in the face!
I think that werewolf made Winona Ryder pee her pants. Is what it looked like there. Let's watch that again.
Punch some people in the face!
Yep, I think so. And also Matthew Modine. Looks like he's cast for the part of Val Kilmer.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Well, ancient history would tell us that it was John Wilkes Booth. He shot my favorite president of all time, Abraham Lincoln. And of course, he was the first Republican, but most people don't know that. But I have to say, Johnny Depp, I used to like you when you played Jack Sparrow. Who knew you'd turn into a real-life scumbag pirate? Do you have scurvy?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Now, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Pensy, do we have this guy's information?
Yes, Mr. President. We have the location on one beaker from Sesame Street.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Very clever. I see your husband is the ghost of Christmas past, so you got that going for you.
This way. That's it right there. Pull it up.
Remember this one? Somehow I still look better than Kathy.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Do you remember this when Madonna stood outside the White House right after I won? You guys have been doing this since day one.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
What the frig is wrong with this country?
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
This Maxine Waters, she's one of the worst of them all.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store,
at a gasoline station. You get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
This is when it got bad. Maxine Waters, standing there, lighting the fire, yelling, oh, get in people's faces. Do you remember when that started happening? People having dinner and being yelled at of restaurants? Yeah, that was all them. But oh, no, let's blame Trump somehow.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Are you kidding me? This is poison right here, right? She poisons everything. I offered $10 billion to the Postal Service, and she said no. They're the ones who are destroying America. The Democrat socialism is just communism, really. Talk to anybody who's dealt with people who are like, hey, socialism, and then 5 years later, it's a communist country. It's going to happen here under Sleeps Over Joe.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day.
For the record, this is the vice presidential candidate for the Democrat Party.
And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
They're not going to let up, and they should not. So wait, if they're your people, and they shouldn't and will not, how did they become my people?
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Look, I think I've made my point. That the people on the left are crap, really. And all they've done since the beginning of 16 is try to derail my presidency. And they're trying extra hard right now. And it's all because of this.
I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness, my mental fitness, my mental fitness.
Look, I can't help it that you chose a sleep sofa as your candidate. But that doesn't mean you could gaslight for the last 4 years, and that when your poll numbers are starting to drop, you just spin it and say, oh no, it's all Trump. The public can see through your lies. Look, this has been quite an experience having my own talk show, the Donald Trump Show. But every good thing comes to an end, so I guess this is it. Maybe we'll see you sometime in the future. It's Donald Trump, signing off.
Okay, so episode 26, we bring Donald Trump back to life. We retired him. And then you guys came along and were like, we want more Trump. And I'm like, I do too. I just was waiting for someone to say, do more Trump. And you did, and I did it. So episode 26 is called, SCOTUS the Hypocrisy. SCOTUS the Hypocrisy. And with the O in the middle. Oh, the hypocrisy. SCOTUS the hypocrisy. You get it. Episode 26. Here we go. Check out these Dems.
It's Amaryl and Jameson live from the studio. We head to Donald Trump, who's back. That's right, out of retirement for episode 26 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm back. Can't believe it. Look, they didn't expect me to come back so soon, but there's just so much information about Sleeps Over Joe. And of course, we're dealing with the new SCOTUS pick. Look, we're talking about a very talented judge here. Amy Klobuchar and all of these other people had a problem with the Republicans and how they handled it before I became president. And now they want me to hold the seat open because Ruth Bader Ginsburg has a dying wish, really? Oh, did she not ever read the Constitution before? Because the Constitution, well, I'm about to go into exactly what the Constitution says. Actually, let's listen to the people that are now saying, leave it open. You can't do it. We're going to impeach you. Let's take a look at the tape.
The issue is we have to do our jobs.
That is the issue, Klobuchar. That's exactly why I ran for president in the first place, because none of you are doing a job for anybody but yourselves, really.
Yesterday, we had 4 constitutional experts from around the country, from Chicago, from North Carolina, and they all said the same thing. They said shall means shall.
Oh, thank you, Amy. I'll take that as a pat on the back, because I just nominated someone yesterday.
When the Constitution says that the President shall nominate and that the Senate shall advise and consent, that is what it's meant.
You know, Klobuchar sounds very level-headed right now, but all of a sudden they're going to impeach me? Well, she said that they do it, but now they want to... I'm confused. I really don't know. So it's okay for you, but not for me, right?
We have been through incredible civil rights differences in this country and conflicts, yet we have always filled the seats on the Supreme Court.
I really don't understand, Clappertuber. How is it that you could be okay with filling the seat, except when it's Trumper? It seems a little racist towards the Trumper, really. Are you a xenophobe towards Trump? I think you're a Trumpophobe, really.
The judicial branch is supposed to be insulated from the politics of the day.
You know, Amy, why don't you say that to your face?
That's why we are demanding hearings and asking for an up and down vote, just as the Constitution asks us to do.
Where the frig is CNN when you need them? You think they'll play this Trump show? They should. But no, you'll never see it unless you tune into Real Talk, really. Come on. They just told you. It's the freaking Constitution.
Thank you, Leader. You know, I've served in the Senate longer than anybody who's here.
Really? Are we supposed to be surprised by that, Jason Robards?
We will not do our job. We will not do what we're paid for. We will not do what we're elected for. We will not do what we're taking a solemn oath to do.
Hey, it sounds like a typical Democrat.
Instead, they should be working across the aisle to fill this vacancy as has always been done.
You know, Dwight D. Eisenhower is correct. We should #fill that seat.
Do what we have always done. Hold a hearing. Rank partisanship should not trump how we've always treated Supreme Court nominees.
Look, I'm really sorry for the broken record crap, but, look what they're talking about. And now they're like, oh, let's impeach the Trumper. You can't fill the spot. Ginsburg had a dying wish. Is that in the Constitution? Did you see that? Let me see. Does it say anything? Oh, Article 379, if Ginsburg has a dying request.
The obstruction they're contemplating is unprecedented.
Actually, Feinstein, everything that the Democrats have been doing the last 4 years is unprecedented. Really?
There's plenty of precedent for Supreme Court confirmations in this situation.
Oh, tell us more, Feinstein.
14 of the 112 justices in our history were confirmed in the final year of a presidential term.
And there's about to be one more.
Finally, let me quote Justice Scalia himself about the need for a full complement of justices.
Antonin Scalia. He was a great SCOTUS. We miss him very much. Let's see what she has to say about good old Antonin.
Quote, the court proceeds with 8 justices, raising the possibility that by reason of a tie vote, it will find itself unable to resolve the significant legal issue presented by the case. End quote.
Well, Feinstein, I have to thank you, I guess, for giving me what I need to finalize the nomination, really.
It says in Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, that the President, quote, shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, public ministers, consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all officers of the United States. That's pretty unambiguous. It doesn't say may, it doesn't say shall, except on election years. It says shall nominate.
Look, Phil Dunphy said it best. I think you get the point. The Democrats are just a bunch of whiners, really. And we're going to push our SCOTUS nomination through. And we're going to win big league anyway and get 4 more years. But they told you everything you need to know about precedent. Look, you heard it from the Democrats. They said 14 times a SCOTUS was nominated the year of an election. We're about to make it 15 people. That's right, and we'll win big league anyway. Look, I'll see you on the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
So this is where it gets kind of fun and silly. The debates. The debates were... Well, the first one was really kind of silly, right? Crazy, silly, yeah. And I did 2 episodes on it. Here's the first.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio, but let's head to Donald Trump show for the first presidential debate. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you for joining me on the 27th episode of the Donald Trump show. That's right, it's the official, real talk presidential debate between me and Sleeps Over Joe Biden. Yeah, you guys are looking forward to it, I know. You can't wait to see the Trumper demolish him. I can't either, but you're going to be surprised. Yeah, all of you, you think it's going to be easy, right? It's not so easy. Watch, I'm going to show you especially, because I know you had his special goggles that he was wearing. But anyway, look, it's the first debate, and as always, not fair for the Trumper. But let's get into it. Here we go.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2020 presidential debates. I'm Chris Wallace, and I'm with Fox News. Tonight I'll be the moderator, and we will be asking President Donald J. Trump and Joe Biden, former vice president, a select set of questions, and you, the people, will get to make the judgment on who is equipped to be the president of the United States. Neither have gotten the questions, except for Joe Biden. There are no listening devices, and Joe Biden does not have a pair of contact lenses that are acting like teleprompters. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Donald J. Trump and Joe Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Mr. President, I want to start this off light. Why are you such a xenophobe and racist?
Always with the softballs, huh, Chris? Love it. Look, I've been here for 47 months, and I've never gotten a straight question from you, really. I mean, seriously, do you want to just, throw money at Biden now? Honestly, what I could tell you is this, Chris. I put a bounty out there, $1 million, which is kind of like nothing to me, to anybody who could prove that I'm a racist or xenophobe, because all I've ever done is care for all of the people on the planet. What's the Sleeps Office excuse with the crime bill, huh?
Well, we'll get to that, Mr. President, but my next question is for the Vice President. Mr. Vice President, what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a Cobra, man. That's right, my Aunt Judy told me, look, only cool guys named Joe drive Cobras. So look, I get the sunroof down, I put down the top, and I keep going. Sometimes Joe and I go for a long ride in the woods together.
Did he just
and look, my Aunt Judy said that it's all about the car you drive.
You ask me a question,
What?
and you
Can
ask him that question?
I can't believe it. I'm trying to... I got 2 minutes, I thought. I'm not allowed to speak. Hey, why don't you shut up there, you clown? Unbelievable.
You're a clown.
Everything I'm trying to do, he's stepping all over it.
You gotta
Mr.
be
President,
kidding me.
Mr. President, your team agreed to 2 uninterrupted minutes, and you can't seem to follow the rules. Mr. President, how did you bumble the coronavirus so royally?
You've got to be freaking kidding me. The questions I'm getting. You ask him what kind of car he's driving?
Yeah, my Aunt
I've
Judy
been trying
told me
to...
about that car. I've been driving it since
Are you
I was
kidding me?
17
This
years
guy's
old.
trying to make
Sitting on
noise
the
in my
side
ear
of the road.
now.
What?
No problems from my perspective.
You're like putting it up on the tee for him, and he's knocking it out of the park. And then you're asking me like, oh, could you tell us about Tenochtitlan? Look, I can't tell you about Tenochtitlan, okay? I probably could. I have total recall. Not like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, you know. I don't really like Arnold. He's not really much of a Terminator, really.
They say I have a problem with my mind. Look what he's talking about now.
I'll tell you what, Sleeps Over, Joe. Terminator was a great movie, but I'm going to terminate you. That's right. I'm going to take you down in the square. I'm going to invite President Xi-Hole to watch me dismember you, really. And look, when he goes back to Tiananmen Square to share the news with all of his people, they'll say Donald J. Trump is amazing. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like this before. There's never been anybody like me, really.
Well, President Trump, just to follow up on that, why did you not denounce the white supremacists? And why are we continued to see racism in the streets?
See, this is the crap I'm talking about. They gang up on me. I mean, Chris Wallace is like working for the Biden campaign. Look, there's very few white supremacists out there, but like I said, stand down, people. At least stand by for a little while, because we need to stop the Antifa scum. But of course, look at the Sleeps over there. He's trying to blame me for Antifa. Let's just be very clear. If these people were my people, the press never would have said that they were peaceful protests. They would have been like, oh, Trump bad. Look, rioting in the streets, they're killing and murdering and all kinds of bad things. But no, it was like, oh, look, they're making flower pots and look, they're kissing each other. And with coronavirus, too, no masks, no spread there. It was all Trump rallies, really, but not the spread from the rioting, from Joe Biden's campaign. And look, did you see gaslighting an American election? I mean, it's all right there, people.
So why don't you condemn the Antifa and the white supremacists? Mr. Vice President, you've been a successful senator for 47 years and a vice president for 8 years, and a great vice president at that. What would you do to continue that legacy as president?
Look, you got that one right. My Aunt Judy told me that we should try to put our heads down and do what Rap Rock did.
Did he just call Barack?
She said, look, if they don't vote for me, then they ain't black. So we're trying to get that out into the communities.
We'll gloss right over that one.
So no retort? No retort from you. He says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, and you're not even going to respond, Chris Wallace?
Well, I'm not really sure what the problem is with that statement, Mr. President.
Look, you guys could clearly see that they have it for Trump. And we didn't even get it to talk about all of the good things that we've done for the country. Because Chris Wallace decided to become Joe Biden's #1 fan, really. Anyway, I've got to go, but I'll see you on the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
Wow, we're kicking along. 28 coming at you. Here we go, my family. 32, you guys are awesome. We're kicking into higher gear. I love it. 5 hours and 11 minutes into the show. Here we go, episode 28 of the Donald Trump Show. Second part of the debates.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studios. We head to Donald Trump for episode 28 of the Donald Trump Show.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me at episode 28 of the Donald Trump Show. Tonight we continue delving in on the first debate. Some of the outtakes that you didn't see on the live performance, you know, was taped prior, right? There's a lot of footage that's going to come out in the coming days on Real Talk. Anyway, let's get to it. Let's see what we got here.
Our first question of the day goes to Vice President Biden. How do you keep so calm and collected during the pandemic?
Lots of naps.
Mr. President,
really.
please stop interrupting.
Well, look, my Aunt Judy told me that I could get through this complete debate without falling asleep on camera. I think she's right. But look, but this guy, I can't get a word in edgewise here. He continues to. I'm telling you, my Aunt Judy said that we gave him almost 4 years. I only have 47. I need 4 more to get the job done. Are you serious? He says he's going to do that? Sleepy. Sleepy. Wake up. Holy cow. It's like, are you even to hear the words coming out of your mouth? The questions you're getting are so simple. She won't even answer your question, really.
What are you
but that is
about, Donald?
Would you let me speak?
This is crazy.
Joe. Sleepy.
Yeah, what?
Sleepy, be quiet while I'm speaking, okay? You're being very rude right now, okay? Look, what's important to understand is that Trump always wins, okay?
Yeah, well, my Aunt Judy says...
Now, hold on a second, Joe. Wait, you be quiet, Sleep Sofa Joe. I have more to say, okay? You can't just go grandiose and pretend like you did anything in your entire career. I mean, let's talk about Hunter. Where's Hunter, huh, Joe?
He's hiding in
he
my
got
basement.
$3.2 million from the Russian mayor's wife.
My Aunt Judy looked
Now,
into.
yeah, you say that it was fake news, but who's the fake news? Is it the mainstream media? Is it fake news? I think they're the only ones who don't want to report the truth, Joe.
It's not
which
true.
is that you are in bed with the Russians and the Chinese.
It's not true.
Look, you can't beat Trump, you can't buy Trump, but you could sure buy Biden. I've seen it done. They're buying Biden left and right for 47 years. They actually call you baby Biden in Ukraine because the way you handle yourself is kind of like a baby.
Gentlemen, we're going to stop the bickering and we're going to move forward with the next question. Mr. Vice President, what is your favorite thing to do on a day off?
You've got to be freaking kidding me.
Mr. President,
Pause
if
my
you can't control your
outbursts.
outbursts,
Talking about vacation
we're going to have
days.
to pause
Every
the
day's
show.
a vacation day for Sleepy.
It's unbelievable. Can't even get a complete sentence in without being completely jumped on by the President of the United States. Oh, what do I do on my days off? It's a good question, Chris. I like to nap. I like to put plenty of naps in my schedule. Every 15 minutes on the hour, you'll find me napping on my Joey futon. That's right. If not there, it's going to be on my Sleep Sofa Joe.
Joe, are you kidding me? How could you nap when you're going to be president? You're not going to be able to nap anymore, Joe. You're going to have to actually do some work. I know that's not something you're used to doing, Napper. Look, you know we call you DJ Sleep Sofa, right? Sometimes it's MC Napper. But really, you're really kind of just funny. I really laugh at you most times because you could never do the job that I did, Sleep Sofa Joe. I've been winning big league, the things we did against Chadda. Look, Sleepy, let me tell you one thing you don't know, okay? I'm going to point at you and tell you about me. I did a lot of great things this last 4 years. But I'm pretty certain that you've done nothing in your entire career.
Final question of the evening.
Wait, I don't get the same question about what I do on a day off?
No, I have a better question for you, Mr. President.
That's because Donald doesn't take any days off, Chris Wallace. That's why you didn't ask that to me. You could have asked how many hours a year do you sleep, and it'd probably be under the amount of naps that Sleep Sofa Joe takes in a month. But look, that's just what you do when you're a winner. Not a sleepy loser like Joe Bumbling Biden in his Joey futon.
Look, I've had enough of this. My Aunt Judy told me I should put my foot down, and I think I'm about to do it now. I want to just win this election because we need to get back to what's right, which is us taking everything from the American people. We're going to get back to big government and people getting less.
That's the first honest thing you've said today, Joe. Seriously, you want to take instead of give. I want everybody to do well. Look, Sleepy, you gotta be kidding me. You're telling me you want to make government bigger and people make less, take home less? Really, that's a good idea for bringing back the economy, bonehead McGillicuddy Biden.
Mr. President, a train leaves Chicago at 3:15 p.m., and one leaves Los Angeles at 12:17 in the evening.
You gotta be freaking
How much
kidding.
gas...
This could be a math quotient?
Mr. President,
Like, oh my
let me
goodness,
finish my
have the
question,
train
please,
left
sir.
at 12
Sir, let me
p.m.,
finish my
really?
question while
Come
I'm
on,
trying to get the
Wallace,
full
this is
question
such
out for you,
freaking bush
sir.
league garbage.
Sir,
Bush
Mr. President,
league. Whatever,
Mr. President,
bush league,
please,
you
let me finish my...
ahead, go, go
okay,
ahead.
yeah. So, how much gasoline would it use in the trip?
I have no idea. This is not a math competition, Chris Wallace, okay? So...
See, he won't answer it because he can't answer it. My Aunt Judy told me he was bad at math.
You gotta be freaking kidding me, right? I mean, you want me to put numbers together here on the stage?
Well, if you can't do it, okay.
I mean, you asked Biden what he does on vacation days. You asked him what his car, what kind of car. I have a lot of cars, Chris Wallace.
It's basically a question my 5-year-old niece answered last week.
So why don't you ask Sleep Sofa Joe to do it then?
No, not necessary.
No, I got this one, Chuck. It's 6.
Mr. Vice President, it's Chris.
Oh, I was just kidding. What is Joey Futon talking about? 6? What the hell is 6 mean? I don't know, maybe 6 days for him to travel there in his horsing carriage. I don't know. Anyway, look, I can't answer a hypothetical about 2 different vehicles living at 2 different points in time. And look, maybe one of them's a Ferrari, the other one's like a Datsun. How am I supposed to tell which one uses more miles per gallon? Really, it's a stacked question, Chris Wallace. You know it. Look, this is what we've got, people. The mainstream fake news National Enquirer is trying to suppress the Trumper. They're trying to push a sleep sofa into the White House. I'm pretty sure he had contact lenses with a teleprompter system inside so he could have someone type in dialogue. His only time he could speak is with the teleprompter. So, look, anyway, that's episode 28 of the Donald Trump Show. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
All right, guys. So this one, I'm glad that it's 4 in the morning right now because we're about to play a really, 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 let's say, racist one. It's Joe Biden at his worst right here. Episode 29. Joe Biden says the N-word. Not joking. And I did an episode on it, and it felt really weird doing this, so I cut the word out and made it just seem not as strong. You'll see. I did my best with it. But he says it. Here we go.
It's Hammerl and Jameson live from the studio. We head to Donald Trump, who's home from Walter Reed Hospital after a bout with coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to episode 29 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, I'm back. Just back from Walter Reed, Dwayne Reed's brother. That's right, we got all of the good stuff from Dwayne. He was like, look, what do you need, Donald? My brother Walter called. He said, look, we have the President of the United States in today. What do you got? Any special prescriptions over at Dwayne Reed? So they stopped by. That's where I went, in my Suburban. I went to go pick up my prescriptions from Dwayne Reed. Why are you guys giving me such a hard time for going to get my prescriptions? Look, it was a very scary time, touch and go, for a couple of days there. I wasn't feeling too good, and then now I feel like phenomenal. You know, I feel like they gave me something I'm superhuman. I mean, maybe I'm immune, I don't know, but one thing is for sure, I'm winning big league. The problem is that you're just, like, weak, you know? You think I take off my mask and all of a sudden you're gonna get coronavirus? I'm like 75 feet away from the reporters. But I guess, I may have extra superpowers when it comes to sharing coronavirus. I was built in the image of my father. Jor-El, you may have heard of him from Superman. That's right, some people call me Superman, but I prefer Super Trump. And yeah, well, so what the hell? I passed the coronavirus to a few people. Like I'm the first one to do it. I mean, seriously? It's important that you understand that COVID-19 should not scare you at all. I mean, I'm 74, and I just whipped its butt. That's right. Just took a couple of cocktails of craziness like dexamethasone and a couple other things like aspirin. And look, I'm back. I'm like 1,000%. Forget 100. I'm 1,000%. You know, I did want to share one clip I came across while I was in the hospital. And honestly, if anybody actually votes for sleeps over bumbling Biden Joey Futon after seeing this, then you are a racist, really. Here we go.
Geez, the reason I was able to stay sequestered in my home is because some black woman was able to stack the grocery shelf.
Just like sleeps over bumbling Biden to bring up color. Why couldn't it just be like a grocery stock person? They had to be black, huh, Sleepy? Look, I'm hearing in my earpiece that the clip I'm about to show you is the #1 most racist clip ever by Sleeps Over Joe Biden. So, congratulations, Joe. You're the most racist of them all. What do I get, beer on the wall? Well, maybe we'll actually convict you with all of your malfeasance in Ukraine and hunters going down with you, Sleepy Pooper. So, let's see how bad it really is.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Biden. Wait, I'm sorry, what the hell? What did Sleepy, what? I'm blown away right now. They're gonna vote for this guy? Wait, I gotta hear that again.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Biden, president. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Well, I do not approve this message. Sleeps Over Joe. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I do not approve a message that calls people that. I can't believe you. And they let you get away with it? I mean, why would anybody vote for this guy? You know, I'm almost as concerned about his rhetoric as about the name-calling. I mean, saying we don't need another big shot. Like, what are you saying, Joe? You don't like it when other races excel? I've always assumed, based on all the content we've found on Sleeps Over Joe, that he probably throws that word around left and right behind scene. Well, it's proven to be true. I don't know what else to tell you, except that Sleeps Over Joe is a racist, and you're probably going to vote for him, which just doesn't make any sense at all. Look, I think that's enough for Donald Trump Show episode 29. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yeah, he did it. Yes, he did it. Yes, he did it. Are you kidding me? He did it? Yeah, he did. So, guys, we're moving very quickly through to what is really a very cool episode 30, where we rip on Nancy Pelosi. This is called Peloisoned America. That's what episode 30 is, Peloisoned America. This is the best episode about Nancy Pelosi. If I can find it. Here we go.
It's Hammerlin Jameson live from the studio. We're headed to Donald Trump for episode 30 of the Donald Trump Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my fellow Americans. I'm with you at episode 30 of the Donald Trump Show. That's right, we're winning big league. And you know, I figure every 10 episodes we need to have at least one on Nancy Pelosi. She is poison, really. Everything she touches turns to poison. Look what she's doing with this stimulus thing. I mean, I want to get money to the American people. And Pelosi is just, she's the poisonous fruit. Really. Oh, let's make Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Yeah, if you want to get nothing done. If you want to turn everything to Pelosi, yeah, it's a good idea. Anyway, let's take a look. Did you see what happened on Wolf Blitzer? Yeah, she turned into a crazy person. I think her head was about to explode. Let's take a look.
As you know, there are Americans who are being evicted from their homes. They can't pay the rent. Many Americans are waiting in food lines for the first time in their lives. Can you look them in the eye, Madam Speaker, and explain why you don't want to accept the president's latest stimulus offer?
I can't wait to hear this one. We offered her like $1.8 trillion, and she says no. It's because she doesn't want Trump to win Big League. That's why. But look, the American people need to win. It's the people that need the win, not the Pelosi. Donald wins every day. I don't need to win on the stimulus check. I mean, really? I want Americans to be able to buy groceries again, to go out to dinner, to maybe change the tires of the old Buick. They can't do it right now without that stimulus money. They need to be able to have dollar bills, y'all, if they are going to be able to survive.
We represent these people. I have for over 30 years represented my constituents.
Pelosi, you've represented yourself. You've represented the telltale signs of an alcoholic. You represented that you'd be a better choice for the Joker than Jared Leto.
I know what their needs are. I listen to them.
Let's be honest, Pelosi. Nobody wants to speak to you. You're just a Pelosi, seriously.
And their needs are not addressed in the president's proposal. So when you say to me, why don't you accept theirs? Why don't they accept ours?
Because yours is crap. Why do you think we had to rewrite it? The whole thing? Because you wanted to, fund the Democrat cities that are burning right now. They're trying to make the Trumper look bad, and then you want the taxpayers to now foot the bill? Really?
Our legislation is there to do three things primarily: to honor our workers.
Honor our workers? Pelosi, come on with the BS rhetoric. Are you kidding me? You're talking about $2.4 trillion. I want $1.8 trillion. With both of those trillions, you could afford to give each American more than $1,200. I mean, you're talking about $2,400 for 365 days of quarantine, essentially.
Honor our heroes. Our healthcare workers, our police and fire first responders, our teachers, our transportation, sanitation, food workers, the people who make our lives work.
Hold on a second, Poop Stack. Are you kidding me? Well, I mean, I'm hearing you just blubber all these different professions. I mean, what is that? That you didn't even answer the question. And you're making a huge deal out of another $400 billion. It's not even for the people. It's for your Democrat cities that are burning.
But they really,
let the states go bankrupt.
Excuse me for
let
interrupting,
the states go bankrupt.
Madam Speaker, but they really need the money right now.
Guys, check out Jack Napier. Are you kidding me? Where's her makeup? Makeup? If we could just throw on some white paint on her face, she could be Jack Nicholson's replacement. Really. We do Batman all over again. Pelosi did Gotham.
Even members of your own caucus, Madam Speaker, want to accept this deal. $1.8 trillion. Congressman Ro Khanna, for example. But let me just.
She's having a friggin' meltdown right on CNN.
Quote Ro Khanna, a man you know well. I assume you admire him. He's a Democrat. And he just said this. He said, people in need can't wait until February. $1.8 trillion is significant and more than twice the Obama stimulus. Make a deal. Put the ball in McConnell court. So what do you say to Ro Khanna?
Watch Nancy Pelosi squirm, everybody. She keeps looking around like, wait, is this CNN? Let's see how Pelosi responds.
What I say to you is, I don't know why you're always an apologist, and many of your colleagues apologists for the Republican position.
Are you kidding me? We're talking about CNN. This is the Communist News Network. There's not one friend to Trump on the network. Really?
Just because the president wants to put a check with his name on it in the mail.
Are you kidding me? Have you seen my signature before, Pelosi? It's phenomenal. Of course I should have it on every check because there's a twofold. You could have your bank deposit it by picture and then sell the check on eBay. You know my Trump signature's worth a couple K at least. You could buy some diapers, you could buy some milk from the store. Look, Trump's signature sells for $5,327 on eBay. Oh, I can see it on the front page of Milbert Hubbard's News. That's right, it's got a circulation of 17. Yeah, fake news would never cover that story.
That we should not be doing all we can to help people pay the rent, put food on the table, to enhance benefits, that they don't lose their jobs if they're state and local.
How the heck could you not get all of that done with $1.8 trillion? I'm not talking about a billion, people. I'm talking about $1 trillion, and you get through 1.8 trillion. It's a trillion plus 800 billion after. Do that math, sleepy poopy pants Biden.
But there are millions of Americans who have lost their jobs. They can't pay the rent. Their kids need the food.
That's right, and that's what we're trying to get done.
$1.8 trillion, and the president just tweeted, stimulus, go big or go home. He wants even more right now, so why not work out a deal with him, and don't let the perfect, as they say here in Washington, be the enemy of the good.
Wow, I guess I should like Wolf now. Yep, no, I think I love him.
Well, I will not let the wrong be the enemy of the right.
What's wrong with $1.8 trillion?
Take that, Nancy Poopies.
Wait, you know what? Do you have any idea what the difference is between the spending that they have in their bill and that we have in our bill?
Yeah, $400 billion. And you want to give it to Democrat cities that are rioting and letting police not be protected. So you could go pound sand, take your 1.8, or you're just a chooch, really.
I didn't come over here to have you. So you're the apologist for the Obama, excuse me.
Whoa, is that a Freudian slip we just witnessed? Does anybody else not find it interesting that when Nancy Pelosi is posed with an actual question, she can't even answer it? She starts saying, oh, I didn't come on this show to be questioned. I came on this show to bash Trump. You're not giving me the chance to.
God forbid.
Madam Speaker, I'm not an apologist. I'm asking you serious questions because so many people are in desperate need right now.
Are you kidding me? It's like watching Chris Wallace, me and Biden at the debates.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
When was the last time?
Let me respond to you.
Let me ask you, when was the last time, Madam Speaker, when was the last time you spoke with the president?
I can answer that one for you. Never? Pelosi's never called me. Are you kidding me? Because she knows I would tell her how stupid she is, and I would tell her to get her 36 pounds out of the friggin' room. That's right, she's really a stinker. Yeah, no, I heard that she's been known to clear out the ladies' room. Yeah, but poisonous poop. Look, I can't say any more. It's classified. But I'll tell you, Nancy Pelosi, she's destroying the country. She keeps killing everything when she makes baked goods. And if you get to sit in a room with her, don't eat any of her food, okay? It's all poisoned. And you could die or get Montezuma's revenge. Both are very bad. So anyway, I gotta go. But I'll see you at the next Donald Trump show. Have a good night.
There's the Crypt Keeper. There is the Crypt Keeper. So guys, 5 hours, 36 minutes. I'm not done with the BeatSeat. I gotta get up for my appointment. Show a property at 9:30. Get over and grab a couple things from Home Depot. Come back here. Finish up the BeatSeat, spray the BeatSeat, and have it ready for 1 o'clock. Why the heck do I get into these things? In a perfect world, I gotta just have like 10 or 20 of these things in the house ready to go. So when someone wants one, like tomorrow, I can say, yeah, I got them. So, with that said, my family, my friends, We will be back tomorrow for Saturday Night Live, day 692 in a row. We're almost there. Almost there, meaning just to the next plateau, which is 700 days in a row, which will lead us 30 days from the end of the second year of the Mark Pires Real Talk Show. I'm really excited to start year 3 with all of you together. I don't have to start year 3 alone like I did year 2. I really basically started year 2 alone. I think on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day there was maybe even nobody. I don't know. Great shows. Year 3 is going to be something. I wish COVID wasn't going on because we would be getting together. Every year I have an idea. New Year's Eve for me every year is December 30th. I started my show on December 31st, 2018. So every year we have a New Year's Eve and then New Year's Eve the next day. So we will be getting together. We will be having a real talk, family gathering every year on December 30th. This year may be tough because of CV, but next year, on day 1095, you better be sure. We'll be there. So, my family, my friends, let me just run through the chat real quick. If you want to say hello, I would love to say goodnight to you. Chris Donaldson, my man, thank you so much. Sleepy time for sleepy poopy man, so I gotta get some rest now, right? I get to sleep for 4 hours before my appointment. Winning big league-ish, not really. Daniel, my brother, thank you so much. Thanks for kicking with me all night and for being a light for the people in the chat. You're just doing such a fine job for us. And Awakening a Patriot, love you, brother. Robbed, love you. Bradley, love you. Let me go through here. Renee, love you. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Thank you so much for the donation. You guys, all your donations are amazing. So appreciated. There are links below if you want to support the program, many different ways. And let me head through here. Eve, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Kat, thank you for kicking it all night with us. David, you never left. I love it. Oh, so cool. Tanya, you rock. Tom, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much for your donations and for continuing to support this program. Guys, I dropped a link earlier. You can join and be a member here on the YouTube page. We have a lot of members so far. You see Verdi and a bunch of other people are members, and it means a lot to support the program in those ways, so thank you. King Kong. We're going to take over the world, King Kong. Bring some positivity back, right? Vitalia! Yeah, we're still going. This is 5 hours and 40 minutes, Vitalia. I would go to 6, but if I didn't have my appointment, I'd still be working on this BeatSeat if I had everything I need, but I don't. So, my family, my friends, tomorrow we do it all over again. Day 692 in a row. Until then, keep smiling. And then we'll just make it even better tomorrow. It's Mark Pires. And it's real talk. I love you guys. See you tomorrow.